Good morning and welcome.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Here we are at the last official meeting of the task force. And it's great to see all of you, and I apologize for the delay this morning. That was on me. So welcome, and we'll get started with roll call. Orla Bannon here. Jackie Brown. Here. Mike Camlin.
Here.
Aaron Citron.
Here.
Alex Davis. Here. Kelly Romero Heaney. Here. Kate Greenberg. Here. Darius Jutton.
Here.
And Nancy Fishing is here for Darius. Randy Kim. Here. Gerald Copenhaver.
Here.
Lee Miller.
Here.
Andy Mueller.
Here.
Kevin Ryan.
Here.
Kyle Whitaker. And Kyle is going to be a few minutes late this morning. He's finishing up his board meeting at Northern and then headed our way. So he will be here.
He is online also.
Oh, great. Thanks, Kyle. Steve Wolf.
Here.
Allison Baker. Here. Letitia Yazzie. Here. And Lisa Yellow Eagle. Here. Great. So we do have a full complement. And I'm just going to start by congratulating everyone in advance for making it to this point and for such good work that everyone has done. The two things that I heard when we started the task force is, oh, that group's not going to accomplish anything because no one will want to bring anything forward. Or conversely, it's going to be a big battle and you'll never get anything done. Neither of those have come to fruition. I think we have a great list of recommendations in front of the task force today to consider and to move forward to the legislature. We've had some great participation from the public, including a lot of letters that have come in today, and hoping to hear from some more folks online this morning. So with that, we have the agenda that Kelsey mailed out. Any additions to the agenda or a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Aaron Citron, second by Lee. All those in favor? Motion's approved. And then the meeting notes from our meeting on November 16th. Any corrections to those?
I move to approve the minutes.
Moved by Andy,
Second.
second by Mike. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, meeting notes are approved, and we are now to public comment. It is 11:15. We will take public comment until about 12:05. Turn that over to Kelsey to introduce. As always, please make your comments as close to 3 minutes as you can, addressing the task force on any of the recommendations or any other comments you'd like to make here at this last public meeting.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. If you are online, please go down to the Q&A and enter your name into the Q&A, and we will work down that order. We will alternate between the people in the room who wish to make public comment. I get to be right up front and close and personal with the owl. You won't get my face the whole time, but for right now. So we'll give everyone online just a minute to go ahead and enter their names into the Q&A. Thank you. And seeing as we have one person in the room here with us today who would like to make public comment, we will start with Tyler, and then we will jump to online. So again, if you are online, please put your name in the Q&A and we will work through those names in order. And we'll start with Tyler. Come on up.
Stand here.
I'm going to stop moving, so hopefully it focuses on you and not me.
Sounds good. Good morning. My name is Tyler Garrett, and I'm the Director of Government Relations for Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. We represent the interests of family farmers and ranchers in Colorado, New Mexico, and Wyoming for our grassroots policy process. I want to start this morning by thanking all of you for taking so much of your time to focus on the important issues surrounding the Colorado River and the reality that we now face of frequent and longer droughts. We appreciate the comprehensive nature of the proposals and agree that we are all on this together. A statewide water conservation strategy and the foundation of any change must be built upon the historic doctrine of prior appropriations. We stand united with the Agricultural Coalition members and hope that you will take suggestions and feedback from that coalition that we've submitted previously, and I know that Garen Borthman is on our way here and going to make more comments. We do have a few proposals that we would like to dive into further as RMFU though. First, I would like to address the conserved consumptive use proposal. Overall, our policy supports the tenets of this proposal, and we believe that it should move forward with continued conversation to fine-tune the details. We believe, and one of those details is we believe that the CWCB should have supremacy over the program. Every basin in the state could benefit by a holistic water conservation program, and the solutions will be different in each basin. Therefore, the CWCB should lead this program with input from the various districts and roundtables. Next, we as RMFU oppose the industrial water user proposal. We believe that this industry should consider other solutions if they are going, they would like to retain their water rights that they are not using, such as leasing the water to downstream users. They also state that they need to maintain this water in case of future clean energy projects that require water. Now, we believe that future clean energy must involve methods that do not require vast amounts of water, since we are living in a drier future with more frequent droughts and cannot afford to have more water-intensive energy production. Our members are also concerned with the issues around speculation in this term, in terms of this proposal. Lastly, we appreciate the efforts to address water shepherding, and our policy supports this as a beneficial use. We believe as a use factory right that there should be an option to temporarily use that water for a myriad of uses, including compact compliance, as long as there's no direct injury to other water right users. Again, I would like to thank all of you for heeding our request to ensure that any suggestions by this task force related to agriculture be voluntary, temporary, and compensated, and that no one industry should be disproportionately impacted by the proposals from this task force. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tyler. All right, we're gonna go online now. We've got 8 people signed up. Once again, as a reminder, if you are online and would like to make a comment, please put your name into the Q&A. We do not use the raised hands. All right. Sorry, the computer is moving a little slow. Yeah. Almost got it. There we go. All right. So we are going to start with Andy Rossi of the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District, and then move to Renee Chacon. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. And then after that will be Joanne Hackos. All right, so Andy, one moment, and I'm going to give you the ability to speak. And if your name is not, just make sure if you're online that you are named something that is recognizable so that I can find you. All right, Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District, Andy Rossi. One moment, computer, slow. Come on. Okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. On behalf of the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District, I'd like to thank all of you for the time and effort you put into this process to develop recommendations for Colorado and the upcoming legislative session. The list of proposed recommendations the task force put forth to review is commendable. We recognize that many recommendations on the list are worthy of support, comment, consideration, all to the benefit of Colorado water users. We also understand that the time constraint and pace at which the task force was mandated to complete the requested responsibilities was not sufficient for some of the proposal proponents to fully detail their suggested ideas. We really do think that the task force members did the best they could with the time constraints they were imposed. Due to the timing of the release of the final proposed recommendations, the nature of our own board's voting process, we've elected to address only one of the items on the short list, and that's the industrial water users proposed tool. We submitted a comment letter to the task force regarding this matter. That comment letter is lengthy, it's dense with detail, and we appreciate anyone willing to take the time to read our comments and consider them in this process. Overall, we believe the industrial water users recommendation could greatly benefit our basin, and we'd like to offer our support if some of the proposed conditions could be clarified or corrected. In our letter specifically, you'll find that the Upper Yampa District supports the proposed flow enhancement pilot program if certain details of the proposed conditions are modified. We could support a modified historical consumptive use determination and a more detailed abandonment relief for absolute water rights. However, the Upper Yampa District does not support abandonment relief for conditional water rights. If the proposed industrial user's idea is indeed destined for legislative process after this task force has finished its process here, the Upper Yampa would welcome the opportunity to work with industrial users and other Yampa Basin stakeholders directly to produce a more fully formed and considered proposal. It is our optimistic hope that we may be able to come to an agreement with all within our basin on a proposal that the Yampa Basin could support collectively. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Andy. All right, next up, we have Renee Chacon, and on deck, Joanne Hackos.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Clasokamati umato, clasokamati atatonatio, clasokamati tonantinklali, clasokamati abuelitos y abuelitas, and all the ones that came before and all the little ones to come. We live on the land of the Ute, the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, the Shoshone, the Kiowa, the Comanche, the Inde, the Dene, the Chicano, and 48 tribes that still live and travel through this space. I'm Renee Millar Chacon. I'm Commerce City Councilwoman for Ward 3. I was on the Environmental Justice Action Task Force Equity Analysis of Cumulative Impacts, and I run an Indigenous nonprofit for environmental justice called Women from the Mountain. I ask that you truly understand what has disproportionately impacted communities and cumulative impacts according to the EJ Act, that it has taken several years for us to just not only pass, but recognize environmental racism. How does it impact redline communities? And what does it look like in spaces when we're talking about water? Colorado River is on the precipice of a climate-caused disaster. The large flow of the Colorado River has declined 20% over the last 20 years, largely due to climate change. Climate change is causing unprecedented drought conditions, especially threatening Colorado's ability to meet the needs of water users across the state, including environmental and recreational needs, and stressing legal obligations we simply cannot wait any longer to identify solutions on. The current tools are known to be inadequate to address the threats posed by climate-driven drought, and too often seasonal river flows are insufficient to meet environmental needs and support fish, wildlife, and communities like mine. Inaction can and has resulted in threats to 47 billion agriculture industries, which employs 195,000 hardworking Coloradans. Additionally, 19 billion to outdoor recreational industry, which employs 131,000. We legitimately need solutions that understand that most of all, water is life and a source of life to be taken care of and cleaned and restored. Colorado uses or use it policy discourages conservation. We need to update this policy for a future in which climate change makes our weather more unpredictable alongside increased demands. But most of all, I ask that solutions respond to the proactive nature of what needs to be done, to develop reserves for water available to respond to drought conditions before drought impacts are felt, to be responsive since drought conditions can develop quickly. We need to be able to develop and deploy responses quickly that are flexible depending on where and when drought conditions develop. Different community values could be at risk in different places. Basically, communities both urban and rural, especially Indigenous, understand that it has to do with self-determination by the community's equity, and that are flexible. Locally controlled most of all. Local water managers know best and value the important ways to protect communities and understanding cumulative impacts. Disproportionately impacted communities have taken about 8 years for us to legitimately pass the EJ Act. We have passed several acts understanding cumulative impacts since then, but if you don't understand where disproportionately impacted communities are and start weighing industry again, you're going to continue the same red line processes that we have seen for years. We deal with forced pooling of our mineral and water rights here in Colorado from oil and gas. We need to understand that conservation is no longer just an entitlement or just a privilege for few, but it has to be for everybody because water is life. We encourage and increase municipal and industrial conservation on both sides of the divide. It takes time and money to learn to adapt to less plentiful and more volatile water supplies, whether through adopting new technologies in landscaping or agriculture drought resilient strategies like crop switching and precision irrigation. We need to take advantage of the funding opportunities from Justice 40 to the IRA and many EJ funding that is coming in federal to compensate cities and agricultural producers for for experimenting with new conservation strategies that
Hey,
can
I'm
restore
sorry.
water.
We have to stop right here. It's been a minute, 3.5 minutes. So if you have more to say, please submit it either through email to me or online on the task force website in the public comment box. I'm
No
so
worries.
sorry to cut you off. Thank you
Thank
so
you for
much.
listening, and please show that Colorado, you can act in good faith to solve the water crisis we're feeling in disproportionately impacted communities like Commerce City. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Joanne Hackos, and then on deck is Claire Carroll.
Okay, I'm Joanne Hackes. I'm the Conservation Chair of Evergreen Audubon and the Vice President of Audubon Colorado Council and a supporter of Conservation Colorado. Thank you, Task Force, for the efforts you've put in to date. As we know, Colorado is already facing a water crisis. The river is close to a climate-caused disaster. The demand for water is usually greater than the supply, and that's expected to decline precipitously in the next 30 years. Many of the most severe drought, as we've heard, it applies to disproportionately impacted communities. Recall also that the farmers and the farm workers who maintain them will be severely impacted by future water shortages. Even in the mountains, we are being warned that our wells may fail, causing a crisis for homeowners. We recognize as well that the drought conditions and water crisis has a profound impact on our wildlife, including increasing fish kills, invasive species, loss of habitat for birds, pollinators, and animals. Drought threatens our agricultural and recreational industries. We urge Colorado and this task force to take immediate action to protect our water, not wait for the federal government or downstream states to take action first. We can no longer afford a use it or lose it policy that absolutely discourages any conservation efforts. On the Front Range, we need to increase our water conservation efforts, eliminating useless turf grass, providing incentives for homeowners to move away from their bluegrass lawns. We need to ensure that the San Luis Valley and other Western Slope areas are allowed to keep their water, not siphon it off to the Front Range. We need to avoid as much as possible building new Front Range reservoirs. We know that the evaporation from reservoirs themselves causes significant water loss, and we need to get that stopped. We need to find better ways to conserve and store water and to make that water available. And most of all, we need to, I hope, to stop agricultural water from being purchased by venture capitalists to feed their bottom line, their pockets, and from oil companies to purchase our water for fracking, and the use it or lose it state policies as soon as we can possibly do so. Thank you very much.
Joanne, thank you so much. Next up, we have Claire Carroll, and then on deck will be Madeline from Westminster.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm Claire Carroll, representing the Northwest Colorado Council of Governments Water Quality and Quantity Committee, shortened to QQ. QQ comprises 47 local governments dedicated to protecting the headwaters of the Gunnison, Colorado, and Yampa River basins. QQ supported SB 295 because drought and climate change impact water quality and quantity in the headwaters region more acutely every year. Strategies that will keep Colorado nimble in protecting water resources are much needed. QQ commends the task force's hard work and collaboration in identifying such solutions. For decades, impacts from Trans Mountain diversions have in many ways mimicked drought conditions in the headwaters region. Climate change is predicted to worsen these conditions and also lead to major increases in wildfires, in turn increasing flooding and sedimentation from burned areas, thus negatively impacting water quality. Recreation tourism is the cornerstone of the QQ region's economy and a dominant element of the state economy as a whole. Reduced stream flows and degraded water quality negatively impact the region's environment and economy. There are three key topics in the task force's recommendation that warrant inclusion in the final report. First, recommendations that protect and enhance stream flows. This includes the drought legislation supporting water use transition, the stream and riparian area management temporary loan program, the expansion of ag water protection water rights, and shepherding with environmental co-benefits. Second, recommendations that protect against wildfire. This includes natural process protection and prioritizing forest health and wildfire-ready watersheds. Third, recommendations that encourage municipal water conservation, including the turf removal program, advanced metering infrastructure, and direct potable reuse. In terms of municipal water conservation, the Drought Task Force should reference the value of ongoing participation and state support for the Sonoran Institute's growing Water Smart training program for local governments. One last issue to flag is the state study of new storage potential on the West Slope proposed in the statewide planning and funding for storage reservoirs recommendation. QQ questions the role of the state in determining future storage placement and strategy, as this could be seen as blessing contentious water projects before local, state, and federal permitting and environmental review take place. Current state grant-making support, including for locally led studies of storage suitability, seems most appropriate. QQ appreciates the task force's thoughtful approach in putting forth recommendations that will address drought and climate change in the Colorado River Basin. Thank you for your hard work on this critical issue.
Great, thank you so much, Claire. Next up, we have Madeline from Westminster, and then on deck is Hattie Johnson with American Whitewater.
I'd like to thank the Colorado Drought Task Force for letting me speak today. My name is Madeline, and I'm a citizen of Westminster. Currently in Colorado, the drought and demand for water is putting Colorado in a very bad position for a climate change catastrophe. If you're from Colorado, then you know that healthy rivers are vital not only for Colorado's economy, but for public health as well. What we do today will affect generations to come in regards to water, and inaction is no longer an option. And I fear if we continue with inaction, the divide in Colorado regarding water will only get worse. We are all connected to Colorado water. It impacts us all whether we think it does or not. And we must find solutions that are just for everyone, from the cities and towns to the farms and ranches. Inaction will result in threats to our $47 billion agriculture industry, which employs nearly 195,000 hardworking Coloradans, losing. Even a fraction of these jobs would result in economic instability for farmers and ranchers across all four corners of the state. Additionally, $19 billion outdoor recreational industry, which employs 131,000 Coloradans, would be at risk if we do not act to implement common sense legislation that will make our state more secure from climate change and drought conditions. The demand for water from the Colorado River already exceeds the supply, and river flows are expected to decline another 20% to 30% over the next 30 years. This situation will only get worse if we don't act now, despite Colorado had a large rainfall this year. In 2022, levels of Lakes Mead and Powell dropped to dangerously low levels, threatening the entire viability of the Colorado River system and those who depend upon its water. Are we ready for them to drop even lower in years to come? We need solutions allowing Colorado to have enough water to grow local food, support healthy rivers, and have ample, clean drinking water. It's not either or, it's all of the above, and we need greater flexibility in how we manage our water supplies to ensure we have a secure water supply for all the state's needs. And we need these solutions now. There is no more time for inaction. History is watching us and how we act now. Please take into serious consideration what delaying action will do to us, future generations, wildlife, our economy, and so much more. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Kelsey, on behalf of myself anyway, it would be nice if you would have the speakers to identify their first and last name, just so we know who we're actually hearing from or what we're hearing from. Yep.
Yes, all right. Madeline, what is your last name so we can enter it into the record?
Zahn.
Z-A-H-N?
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, next up, we have Hattie Johnson from American Whitewater, and on deck is Ken Curtis. with the Dolores Water Conservancy District.
Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Great.
Go ahead, sorry.
It's all right. Hi, this is Hattie Johnson. I'm the Southern Rockies Restoration Director with American Whitewater. Appreciate this opportunity to chat with you all, your final meeting, and just wanted to start with deep appreciation and congratulations to you all for putting all this work in over the past few months. This is my second time commenting, and when I first did in Grand Junction, mentioned some concern about the lack of the outdoor recreation industry being represented as a part of this task force. And so I appreciate you hearing my comments then, and have a few brief comments on a number of the recommendations and narratives included in the shortlist that could better that could fill that gap that we see as being made from that lack of representation. I'll start this out by talking about work that American Whitewater has done primarily through the Colorado Water Plan. The CWCB's non-consumptive toolbox has a flow evaluation methodology that our organization developed and has utilized across the state, primarily as a part of stream management plans, integrated watershed management plans, basin implementation plans, and has resulted in 53% of the recreational river miles in the state being covered with flow recreational needs for stream flow. So we have a lot of really good data that discusses what flows in rivers provide recreational experiences. The majority of my comments on these individual recommendations or narratives all discuss or suggest some language that could better utilize that data that we have as a state. So many of the ones Claire was just discussing that have to do with improved stream flows. I have some recommendations as to how those could better include recreation. I will say I submitted written comments, so won't go through everyone in detail. But to talk about them a little bit, the energy transition legislation is one that with including other beneficial uses of water, we'd love to see specifics around these renewable loans being used for recreational use. Same thing goes for the temporary loan program. It's specifically identifying recreational uses as another potential beneficial use. And I'll wrap up by saying, I think we are supportive as well as of the aging infrastructure narrative, and would like to see that these projects have multiple benefits investigated as a part of them, and that any upgrade to infrastructure would not further degrade public safety or aquatic connectivity. And thank you so much for the time.
Patty, thank you so much. Next up, we have Ken Curtis. And then on deck is Sunrise Del Mar Hoagland.
Can you hear me, Kelsey?
Yes, I can, Ken. Go ahead.
Thanks, everybody. Almost to the finish line. I'm sure you're more pleased than I am. But thank you for listening today. I really appreciate all the hard work and travel you guys have put in. You've had some great discussions. Dolores Water Conservancy did send a letter in, so I'll just touch on that. We've appreciated that you've tried not to do any harm with potential unintended consequences. Our concerns remain something statewide that could stifle local solutions to our problems. You did spend a lot of time looking at current authorities and programs, and we hope maybe some of those can be tweaked or extended, that we can solve some of these issues on a more localized basis. With that said, we only highlighted 3 specific issues we have concern going forward. First off, you guys have spent a lot of time on the energy transition proposal to preserve those water rights, although we understand the need for that. Clearly, you have the sense that it needs to be narrowly construed and not create some sort of super water right. Beyond that, we thought the consumptive use is premature and would not like to see that go to the legislation. Likewise, the related shepherding authority rulemaking under the state engineer, we also think is premature. So thank you. Keep up the good work. Good luck bringing it home across the finish line. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ken. All right, next up, we have Sunrise Del Mar Hoagland from North Glen, Colorado, and then on deck is Greg Peterson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, so hi, my name is Sunrise Hoagland. I'm a concerned resident of North Glen, and I'm just a little scared of climate change. I fear drought and famine and the drying of our streams that sustain life, not just for us, but our neighbors who drink after us. I'm doing all I can to preserve our water. I've installed water-wise faucets. I've torn out thirsty grass. I've installed drip irrigation for native plants. But it's not enough. If I alone could stop climate change, we wouldn't even need to be here. So I ask and I beg that the Drought Task Force implements policies that can make us resilient in the face of odds too great for one state. I hate our use it or lose it laws around water. It puts conservation last. We can change that. Industries, ranchers, and cities could lease or lend their water to drying streams. That can only help. And we can incentivize farmers to implement precision irrigation or even permaculture. And it's working great for me. So I feel powerless facing you, despite all the things that I have done. And you may feel powerless facing the climate, despite all you can do. But as a reminder, together, we can make it better. Water is life. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you so much, Sunny. Next up, we have Greg Peterson with the Colorado Ag Water Alliance, and then back here in the room, we have Garen Vorthman.
All right, good morning.
Hello, Greg, go ahead.
All right, well, thank you, Kelsey. I appreciate it. And thank you, everybody, for being there. I know what Ken said, it's been a long haul, and it looks like most of you have survived, and I'm sure you'll get it through the end, and really appreciate the time and effort you all have put into this. I'm sure at times you feel like it's a thankless job, but we really appreciate what you're doing for a lot of us. And I just wanted to talk about one very specific issue that was in your recommendations, really just to share what I've been learning and still got a lot to learn of rehabilitating reservoirs. I've been working with a number of reservoirs throughout the state, trying to, in a given year, we have between 100 and 150 reservoirs that are under restrictions. And I'm mainly working with reservoir owners in the agricultural sector. And these reservoirs range from 100 acre feet to I got one that's over 200 or 20,000 acre feet. And just in terms of funding, what's been interesting and what I've learned is, really the lion's share of fixing these reservoirs is coming from the CWCB. Federal sources are incredibly difficult to navigate. Some of these federal programs for reservoirs, I don't even know how anybody can even apply for them. One of the new Bureau of Rec programs for new small storage, you essentially have to complete a mini environmental assessment before you can even apply. And that's all on your own cost. Some of the other Bureau of Rec programs, I think they'll fund some reservoir projects, but it's really difficult to find programs out there that can deal with filters, seepage, embankment issues, grouting. Where there's a considerable lack there. We have the PL 566 program, which can be great for $10 million projects, but anything small, it's too much. The FEMA has a great high hazard dam program, they've got $10 million for the entire country on an annual basis. And I mean, we have a ton of reservoirs in the state that qualify for that program. It's only significant in high hazard dams, and it functions really well. But so what I'm saying is I think it's great to have funding for these. It's just outside of the state funding, federal options are really limited. And I don't know, I think we're going to have to take a pretty big effort to either better educate our federal partners on what we need, or try to figure out more ways to get funding for some of those programs. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Greg. All right, next up here in the room, we have Garen Vorthman. And then if you are online and just joined recently and you would like to make a public comment, please enter your name into the Q&A and we will get to you next. All right. Oh, thank you. We're behind the task force. Sorry, everyone online, just give you a nice shot of my stomach. All right.
Thank you very much. My name is Garen Vorthman, and I'm here on behalf of a group of agricultural organizations, individual farms and ranches, and individual farmers and ranchers. We really first wanted to thank the task force for your efforts. It's been a big lift, and we know how much time and energy you guys have spent on this, so thank you very much. Having said that, we don't feel like the conversation is over yet. The Ag Coalition is not supportive of the approach to do nothing right now. We need to continue to work on a plan to have in place that protects Colorado water users in the future. I am stressing very strongly that we are not advocating for sending more water downstream right now. This is to protect us in the future. We need to continue the conversation and move forward with developing a conserved consumptive use program, defining what temporary, voluntary, and compensated means in a way that protects water rights. Regarding a few of the specific proposals, Proposal G, the natural process protection to promote drought and wildfire resiliency, must protect the ability of water rights owners to ask the state engineer's office to investigate changes in flow. Our concern is how will people know if there are beaver dams upstream, precluding their water from reaching their head gate unless there's a process to get that information. Having a complaint-driven concept where you have no way of knowing what is transpiring on another's property simply doesn't work. The way this proposal is written, there isn't a process established at which will lead to confusion. Proposal J, industrial water rights. We completely understand why this proposal is being brought forth, but it needs way more conversation. It's very complicated and we need to take a very cautious approach to avoid unintended consequences. Proposal K, stream and riparian area management temporary loan program. This has been very controversial in the past and will continue to be controversial if there is legislation in 2024. Of utmost importance is the protection against injury to other water rights. Proposal M, expansion of agricultural water protection water rights beyond divisions 1 and 2. We are supportive of this concept, but not sure if it will be widely used in other divisions. Proposal P, shepherding with environmental co-benefits. We support ongoing conversations to develop a shepherding plan in the event that Colorado must send more water downstream. This proposal is presented, however, is too broad. The plan could be very narrow in scope, limited to compact needs in the Colorado River Basin only. Any other benefit must be secondary to compact use and can be done now under current state engineer authority. Finally, Proposal U and Proposal V, the resolution. We are supportive of establishing a conserved consumptive use program, but the current proposal needs more conversation. We need to roll up our sleeves and really figure out the proper role of the local districts and the state. We need to define what temporary, voluntary, and compensated means and need to develop a plan that protects Colorado and gives us credit in the event that we send water downstream. Proposal V, resolution regarding systemic water conservation and lower basin overuse. We support the intent of this resolution, but think it's short-sighted to formalize it in a resolution. We continually are told that we can't tie the hands of our negotiators, but formalizing this resolution does that very thing. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, and
Karen, would you mind providing who is on the Ag Coalition? Sure. Thank you. You can do it now or yeah. You want me to do it now or do you want me to do it?
Yeah, great.
Yeah, okay, sure. Sorry, I should have led with that. The ag organizations at the table are the Colorado Farm Bureau, the Colorado Cattlemen's Association, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, Colorado Corn, Colorado Livestock Association. Then we have Western States Ranches, which is a ranching operation on the Western Slope. And then we have individual farmers and ranchers that have participated off and on throughout the coalition's discussion. Oh, and then Joan Green with the Water Rights Users of the South PAC has also joined our coalition.
We have one more person who signed up for public comment online, James Dilzow. I'm sorry, James, you've talked so many times and I think I keep mispronouncing your last name. I apologize. Once more, as a reminder for anyone online, if you would like to make a public comment, please put your name into the Q&A.
Did that work?
Yes, that worked. You're on.
Crushed the last name pronunciation. Thank you. Like many others, I would love to start by saying a thank you to all of you for spending so much time over the last few months, really diving into these conversations about water here in Colorado. I'm personally very proud to live in a state that is prioritizing actions. And though we've got a lot of work ahead of us, the recommendations that you all are moving forward with today will leave an important legacy and really shift how we can tackle the challenge of drought and climate change here in our state. Second, as you're getting ready to finalize these recommendations, I wanted to share a local perspective on some of the solutions on that short list. And again, appreciate that we had access to that throughout the process. That was really helpful. As an organization, the Watershed Council is very supportive of the numerous solutions that promote environmental and economic benefits and provide resiliency to the streams without weakening water rights. In particular, we appreciate the concepts that protect flows within our rivers, like the K, the temporary loan program, and P, shepherding with environmental co-benefits. We also appreciate and support those that protect our watersheds against wildfire, like G, the natural process protection to promote drought and wildfire resiliency. And of course, we encourage and support those that further municipal conservation here in the state. These solutions, as outlined, really provide the flexibility that is needed to keep water in our rivers and amplifies the work that organizations like the Watershed Council do locally to protect our rivers, and will help to fuel our recreation-based economies here in the mountains, protect our fragile ecosystems that rely on these streams and the water within them, and really increase the resiliency of our wetlands and riparian areas for the things that we probably know are coming. They allow a balance between water uses and really opportunities for water right holders to voluntarily support a stream in need. As you're working through your final discussions today and voting, we ask that you keep the health of our rivers, which are the foundation of our state, in mind. Without water in our rivers, they simply cannot be rivers. So again, thank you for all of your work on this, and I appreciate the opportunities for public comment throughout the process. Thanks.
Thank you, James. All right, this is last call for anyone online. If you would like to make a public comment, please put your name into the Q&A. Anyone else in the room? Seeing no takers in the room.
All right, we will close public comment and thank you all for participating with us today and your thoughtful comments, and for those of you who sent letters as well. We have next on our agenda updates and reminders, and then we will, I presume we have lunch here somewhere. We can take a lunch, short lunch break. So we have to
Only one update, with the budget, getting the budget in for the state. They have requested that any travel reimbursement requests that be submitted by the end of next week. So by the 15th, when we have the deadline for our report. If you need any assistance doing that, please reach out to me. That's one of the things I'm here to do. So if you are going to be submitting a travel reimbursement request, to do so by end of day next Friday. Any questions on that? All right.
All right. Let us know where lunch is, and we will take about 15 minutes, be back at 12:10.
Yes, all right. So lunch is behind that wall with the bright green exit sign, and for everyone online, we'll take a short break and we'll be back with you in about 15 minutes.
All right. We have our Senator Dylan Roberts online, is watching the task force. He said he doesn't have any comments to make, but is here to support and watch what's going on this afternoon. So welcome, Senator Roberts. Next up on the agenda is a report from the such task force. And, Lisa and Leticia, I'll turn that over to you.
I'm sorry, what was
A report from the sub task.
I apologize. Oh, okay. So yeah, subtask force, we've got our final meeting tomorrow, and we have been working on putting together some proposals that will be put to a vote tomorrow. So far, I've put up 2 proposals in our Google Docs document that is on the Colorado River Drought Task Force website. And I can go through those 2 proposals really quickly. One of them is a recommendation or a request for funding for a study to try to develop a pilot program to compensate tribes for their undeveloped quantified water. And so rather than jumping straight to trying to get a pilot program implemented, I think there's a lot of details that need to be worked out. And so we would like to get a study done on that and see how this program would work. The second request that for a proposal that I put in there is focused on the Southern New Indian Tribes Pine River Indian Irrigation Project and the need for funding for that project. Currently, there is an Indian Irrigation Fund that Congress is authorized to appropriate $35 million a year for that fund, but currently they are only funding it at $10 million a year. And so we would like to ask for assistance in urging Congress or requesting Congress fully appropriate that $35 million into that Indian Irrigation Fund so that there is more funding for actually, it goes to 16 Indian irrigation projects across the West, and the PRIB is only one of them, but it would at least provide more funding per project. And the authority for that appropriation is already there, so we just want to urge Congress to fully appropriate those funds. So those 2 proposals are in there right now, and then I'll turn it over to Leticia. She is working on proposals as well, and I'll let her explain those.
So right now I have 4 recommendations. The first one is that right now it's just for Ute Mountain that you can't be able to use water anywhere within the reservation and for what use they want. And the second one is a change in the settlement. You know, I talked about the issues the farm and ranch faced with the 2021 drought, and so making a 1-word change from gross to net in the 4A of the settlement. And then the third one is waiving the match on water plumbing grants. And then the last one is making a recommendation to add cultural protection as a beneficial use statewide to the in-stream flow. So, but most of these, you know, are going to be working with CWCB, and not necessarily legislative action.
Yep, so those will be hopefully all put into the Google Docs, Google documents by this evening.
Yes.
And so they'll be there for anyone to review and provide comments and feedback if you would like to the subtask force. And we have our meeting tomorrow. It's a virtual meeting from 12 to 3 p.m. And we'll be discussing the proposals and making a vote on which proposals we can move forward.
Thank you. Questions for Leticia or Lisa? And we have noticed that you have gone through this task force proposals from the sub-task force, the support for some of those. Thank you for
Yes.
that as well. All right, so you have 3 documents in front of you. One is this big 638-page document that Kelsey and I worked on. That is the short list, but we put it into a consistent format for each of the proposals. So you've got that in front of you. I handed out over the break a proposed voting process. I emailed that to you yesterday as well. And then this large sheet is just the way that you can use it if you would like to keep track of how the voting goes. So the names are randomized for each as we move forward, so no one gets stuck being first or last to vote on every issue. The items on this big sheet that have the gray headings are the ones that are proposed in recommendation. The ones with the clear color are proposed as narrative. So if you would take a minute and look at this sheet that says proposed voting process. And this is just my proposal. We can modify as you would like. But what I'm suggesting is for each of the items that are recommendations, and I've listed those out there, I am presuming that whoever put that forward would like to make a motion to adopt that as a recommendation. If there's a second, then we'll open the floor for discussion and move to a vote. The vote is a simple majority vote, so if yeses are more than noes, it's moved forward. If noes are more than yeses, it is denied to move forward as a recommendation. There's the opportunity for a minority report either direction. If something fails and the folks who voted yes would like that to move forward as a minority report, we can do that. If something is adopted as a recommendation and there are folks who are opposed to that, there can be a minority report from the opposing side as well. There is a possibility, and I think Lee emailed the task force about this, to remove a recommendation from the list moving forward. If that's the case, we would use the same process. Someone would move to remove the recommendation and the voting would proceed as usual. If something is on the list as a narrative, it's been suggested by several task force members that we don't need to vote on that. That is just included in the report as a discussion item. But I believe there could be the possibility someone would want to move a narrative item forward as a recommendation. In such a case, they could make that motion. So what Kelsey and I and Siobhan have talked about is just going in alpha order through all the recommendations, A through Y, with a couple of those that have been previously pulled. If it's a recommendation, we will vote on moving that forward. If it's a narrative, we'll leave it in unless someone discusses it. So I'll open the floor to Nancy.
Question, not a comment. So what was the process to move these into these categories of recommendations versus narrative?
That came from discussions at our meetings on November 9th and November 16th. So,
Okay, so I didn't read it the way you guys did.
Okay.
So,
all right.
so that's huge for us. So one of my questions is, you're saying we're not gonna vote on the things that you've moved down to narrative?
Unless someone would like to recommend that it turn into a recommendation. So for example, item B, you would be free to say, I move that we adopt this as a recommendation from the task force. Yeah. That's my suggestion. Unless
And would you
feels
be,
like
will we still be talking about it and then just moving right past it, or are we not, are you suggesting we won't even be discussing the ones that you moved down to B through Y?
I believe we will need to talk about each of them. Some of them are very brief, so they maybe need some more authorship, some more content in there. So I think we need to talk about each item. There's comments, Andy, and then Kyle.
Yeah, a couple, one in response to the question that Nancy had. I guess the way I'm trying to get my head around the narrative. The narrative will be part of a statement on which our names will all appear. And even though it's going into the narrative, my understanding, I guess, when we were classifying it as either a narrative or an action item, that we would actually vote on whether or not it was going to be discussed in the report. Because I'm a little concerned that it will look, that narrative will look as a recommendation from the entire task force. And that, I'm not sure that was the understanding when we talked about those narrative items. So I'd like to clarify that and discuss it, but then the second piece is a procedural one. I like the motion and the way you set it up with one addition, which would be, I would hope that folks could make friendly amendments that would be acceptable to the moving party in the second, to help the, help perhaps gel some consensus on the task force, because I think we've been moving so fast, and under the Open Records Act, we're not allowed to talk to each other, and that usual, well, this is certainly not legislation, it's akin to that discussion, and so there are lots of thoughts that, hey, this isn't so bad, but can we just tweak that in a way that would help me vote for it or something like that. I would like to see that, just because I think there are things that could help clean some of these up a little bit, and since we're voting on it, it would help to do that.
Yes, I certainly think that's a good suggestion, and Andy, you're suggesting that we vote on all items here.
Yeah, and so we vote on whether or not the narrative items end up in the report, because we haven't actually taken this, as I understand.
That's fine. I'll, and then Aaron.
That was next.
Yeah.
Steve.
Oh, sorry. Kyle, let's see.
A couple of comments. One, to Nancy's point, I feel the same, and I do, we're gonna entertain the ideas of moving narratives to recommendations. I would suggest we do that first, so that we do have some time to digest them before we're asked to vote on them. I personally put a lot more thought into the ones that are recommendations than I have the narratives. So I'd make that suggestion. Second, to Andy's point, while I truly believe that a lot of these recommendations would benefit from tweaks, I am concerned that we get through today if we try to wordsmith very much.
Good point.
Just a point of clarification, in the next steps, or in the document, there's the next steps thing at the very end. It's not, doesn't have a number, it's not on the vote sheet.
It is on the vote sheet.
Oh,
That's the very last one.
oh, it is on the vote sheet, but it's an issue we've never talked about in this group. So I'm concerned we move something forward that we haven't talked about at all.
Right.
So just a question. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Orla, then Aaron, and Jack.
Thanks, Kathy, and thanks for pulling together these ideas and process. I guess based on our last few meetings, my understanding was if we were moving things to narrative, that they would appear in the report, but they wouldn't be a recommendation of the task force. It would be an item of discussion and something that I think people, that it was raised, but wasn't ready for whatever reason to be voted on, or to move forward as a legislative recommendation. I can speak personally for the items that I have that are recommendations versus the one I have that I put in the narrative category. I have spent a lot more time and energy on the recommendation one, and the narrative one was more of this was an idea. It's not something that I think is ready for the task force to, whether we vote on it as a narrative or not. I just thought that would be more of a discussion. And then I think I didn't know like how we were going to handle the narrative, like if people comment on the narrative that other people were making or that kind of thing, but it would not necessarily, I wasn't thinking that I would frame it as a task force recommendation, because it wouldn't be, it would just like be a discussion item that someone had raised, so I think that's something to consider. At least that was my understanding coming out of our other meetings. And I also, it's a lot to get through as well today. So I'm just, really conscious of, I think some of the things that are proposals for recommendations are going to take a little bit of time and discussion. So we need to think about how to prioritize our meeting time. Thanks. Aaron?
Along the same vein, there's obviously a lot of good material in a number of the narrative items. If we agree that something goes in the narrative, does that mean that we're agreeing that, I'm just pulling one out of hand, and that the text in here as it's written goes in the narrative, or the topic will go in, and then we'll figure out the right way to state it? If that makes sense. I mean, I think there's some, like, some of these that I know we've talked a lot about are increased funding for aging infrastructure shown as narrative. We need to talk about that. I'm not sure, and I didn't spend a bunch of time wordsmithing the language, but agree that it's a topic to be raised. So how is there an idea of how that would be taken to the next step?
There's a suggestion on this proposed voting process that says assign an author. And Kelsey has some deadlines on the bottom of the agenda here. So this is a good item to bring up, is how do we progress from here? So the suggestions are, by Monday, December 11th, any of the narrative, the minority opinions, any additional verbiage needs to be in the shared Google Doc. By Tuesday, all edits and comments have to be made on that. And then by Thursday, there will be a final draft set up. So there is an opportunity for more writing, wordsmithing after the meeting. Yeah.
I guess I have a little bit of an alternate option. I am assuming that the majority of us have a caveat statement about, I'll tell you mine, it's Tri-State and Excel's policy that we don't take a support position or any position on legislation until it's introduced. And I'm wondering if other people have similar direction, that we move these concepts, and I'm only right now talking about the recommendations. We move them forward if we agree in concept, and then we register our, concern or our required change, and we deal with it in session, because we're going to be here for a week if we go through the wordsmithing. And I'm just throwing that out as an option, because I don't think any of us want to be here for a week, but I think it's important that we get on the record with what we need to see. But, if Kate has something Commissioner Greenberg has something that she wants to add to item whatever, and then that changes my position on it, we're going to be going around and around and around all day. But that's really a process for our 5-month section.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Jackie. These are not going to be in final form. They're certainly not legislative language. They are items that the task force moves forward, and I would expect people on the task force to stay engaged if something does get introduced by the legislature to working on it. So good suggestion.
Sorry, just also wanted to agree with what's been said about the recommendations. I did not spend as much time on those with my team as I think would be needed if we were going to be doing the type of voting that Andy suggests. And I also take issue with the last item, next step suggestions, how it should have had a number, and we should have been talking about that more frequently for that conversation. So.
And that did end up being added to the short list in the Google Doc, but this is.
The lack of a letter threw me off.
Okay. We didn't want to add letters, but I get your point. Nancy, and then Kelly, and then Alex.
I take total responsibility because I didn't prioritize any of these as opposed to this is a recommendation, this is a narrative. As a matter of fact, ours were recommendations, not narratives. Now I find that ours are a narrative, not a recommendation. And we prioritize it pretty high. And the other thing that, as I went through and reread and was ready for today, is how do you prioritize all this stuff at the end of the day? There's a lot of ideas here. Some I think are most in line with the legislation, and some are great ideas. I'm not saying anything on here isn't a good idea, but I don't know if it was the purpose of this group So they're low priority, good ideas should be considered. People have said that, but, and a lot of the other things that I would say is a lot of these we go, what Jackie says, we would agree with this, as long as you understand we're not doing this to send water downstream today. And I don't know where that comes in, that overall language that you guys took to the committee that said, do no harm, Colorado first. I agree with a lot of them as long as that's well understood in number K or whatever. I'm not picking on one, I'm just picking an out. And so is there a narrative that would explain our process? We did intrastate is our purposes to do no harm or Colorado first. It's a big caveat on a lot of these to me.
Then there will be a section in the report that talks about background and process, and I don't know if you want to jump in.
I can, yeah. Did you see the outline that I sent out in the email on Tuesday? So that outline that we viewed last time, we took the suggestions that you all had and changed that up. It was in your email on Tuesday, and it will be going on as a shared Google Doc. I'm not gonna pop it up right now, but basically that summary of work or process will be a section beginning that I'm currently writing, not at this second, but during this course of time, and to have up for you all to review tomorrow on a new Google Doc that will be the final report. I'm planning on including that, saying the task force decided early on that these were some of the priorities through discussion on August 10th. So I am planning on putting that language in there. However, there's certainly Kathy will also be writing a letter of introduction. And if there needs to be more, that's something for you to decide. I'm going to be putting that in there as part of your process for what came out and then frame the conversations going forward.
Thank you. Ellen.
Thank you. Not to be repetitive, I do just want to be really clear for the record. Similarly to what Jackie noted, we, the state, we're not going to take a position on legislation and until it's introduced. We have to see what it looks like on bill paper. My understanding is that today we are voting to refer concepts to the General Assembly for their consideration. There is a long way for each of these to go, and we as the state will be heavily engaged as that legislation is drafted and moves through the committees, etc. So again, just want to be really clear for the record, any position, anything I vote on today is really just saying, yes, let's refer this concept to the General Assembly. We think it's worth continued investigation.
Thanks, Jackie. You guys left up no option but to sit next to each other. Alex, you had your card up before?
No, I think.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since Kelly put that on the record, I feel I should put the same on the record, that today, anything I vote on or take a position on is certainly not the position of the administration or CBA, but support for furthering a concept to move through the legislative process. So appreciate Kelly and Jackie putting that out there. Set the context.
Great. And I'm sure everyone here who's representing a constituency has that same concern that these are going forward as concepts, not as here's a bill that we all approve of. So Allison and then Kyle.
Yes, a little bit minor, but if we go through and vote today and then put the documents into Google Docs for next week and start making changes to it, we're changing what we've already voted on. Is that the intent? Are people comfortable with that?
The intent would be if there's a minority report, so say one of these recommendations has a split vote and either side wants to write a minority report, that would be added to the Google Docs. So there would not be substantive changes to any of the recommendations that we are voting on today.
Okay, because I did hear that narrative would be included in that, as this discussion was going through today. So if we're saying it, narrative definitely is not part of that, only minority opinions.
I think we will discuss that as we go forward, if the group decides to assign a piece of the narrative, and Allison, you have that in there and we'll comment and. So it's gonna be a quick timeline and you may all decide, no, let's just not do that, so. After the passport, Kyle.
I appreciate Jackie's thoughts on a conditional yes, but help me as I try to digest it. Then would there be attributions to each of those conditional yeses? Or I guess similarly in the minority report, did we do those to with attribution as well?
I mean, the way I thought about it was that there are required changes to some of these concepts that I need to put on the record, but whether or not that person, the proponent of the item decides to incorporate it is something that will also be, that's up to them. And so I guess I don't feel like my vote is, it's yes, if these things get included. And I don't want to fight with all of you about it today, because we're going to fight about it later. So I'm just trying to figure out how we do that in a way that maybe just states that. So maybe, you know, if you're a hard no, no matter what the item is, then you're a hard no. If you're a, you know, yes, if we're just acknowledging that this is going to go through the regular legislative process, and you could, you know, Northern could end up a yes, a no, or just neutral on it when it actually comes time to do the work. And I know that's a bit ambiguous, but I think it would be good for any legislators who might want to move any of this work forward to see those registered concerns and know what they're going to be dealing with and how it's going to come out in the wash.
Follow up, I guess that yes, if, I mean, there's probably gonna be multiple ifs from various folks. Would those all be captured or would?
I think so.
Okay.
And you could say simply, yes, I think this is an item for the legislature to address, and we will follow up with, you know, with our concerns during the process, if there's a bunch of them, right? I mean, if you want to register your specific, yeah, you change these 4 words, I'm in. But there are some things, you know, like our proposal, I'm sure there's lots of questions on the water rights table, and I don't want to spend our day today answering those questions, knowing that there's a whole, you know, 6 months before the end of the process. I'm just trying to be reasonable about it. So I would say that they should be registered, absolutely, but obviously you're not held to that because it's going to change in February. You're gonna have a new set of concerns because something else is in there, right?
Right. Yeah. Kelly?
I was just gonna say, you know, maybe to our facilitators, sorry, that's a good question when you're basketball. Could we, you know, if somebody says it's really important, you know, for the record that, you know, these are, my support's conditional because of X, Y, Z, if we could at least capture that in the record, if it's not going to be in the report, that would be important to me, if we can do that.
We can do that, and we will, I mean, these are obviously all recorded and taken care of. Our proposal is not to include names with votes in the report, but those will be on record with all of our others.
And specifically in the written record, I think that would be important.
Yes, we can do that. I think that's great. Aaron.
Following this, as I think I understand it, I would suggest maybe we include some sort of a caveat in the document that what I think we're tasked with is we're not legislators. We're not introducing legislation. We're making recommendations, which we all know will need further development. And just speaking for myself, as people probably saw, my original proposal had legislative language. I recognize it needs work. And the normal process of working on that would be talking to all of you and many other people that aren't at this table to say, hey, how can we address that conceptually? I hope that many of us agree, I think most of us agree on the concepts behind a lot of these things. The details matter, and that's why I pulled it back. It may not have hit the mark, but tried to say generally, is there enough here that we agree on that we can commit to working together to figure out the details? So I wonder if it'd be worthwhile to have a caveat saying, support in this forum doesn't bind our entities to take any position on legislation, which may look very different once it's introduced, if it is introduced. So just again, my thinking has always been our goal is to make hopefully solid recommendations to our legislative body. But we'll all continue to work through this and work on it. And there's a lot of people who aren't at this table who probably want to be provided feedback virtually, and they also need to engage in the concepts and in the details of the draft.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's helpful, and that may be very helpful for legislators as well to understand that process, and that there are other stakeholders to include as things move forward. Alex.
Yeah, I hope this is not repetitive. I think it might, but I just wanted to sort of confirm. I think it's really helpful to articulate the idea that we are not folks. Most of us are not sitting here for our particular entity. Like, I am not sitting here for Aurora Water. I am sitting here as a representative of Front Range entities who divert water from the West Slope. And so that's more than just Aurora. So as many people have said, a yes vote, no vote does not commit any particular entity to action going forward. But I also want to kind of confirm that the whole idea of what we're doing here is to tell the legislature this idea, this conceptual idea, is an idea that has support from the people on this table and their constituents that they've been talking to. So legislative body, please explore, please do something with it. Because I think that's important. That's sort of our job, right? Is to say, yes, we think this idea has merit for the purposes for which you asked us to explore these ideas. So please go forth and do something. Then we can all weigh in the legislative process and say, well, if you add this clause or add this phrase or change this word, we'll support it, right? I just wanted to confirm that that is what we're doing by saying yes or no to these items with the caveats that we presented.
I mean, I'll just say that there's only two of us that are represented in the language. Industrial users with water rights supporting an operation on the West Slope that are, I mean, there's not a bunch of us. So when I read the paper, they call me tri-state generation and transmission. These things are difficult, right? So while that's generally the case, it's the reality that we're facing, that we are affiliated with who we work for, and that's the way the world works. So I generally agree with what you're saying, but I want to define the rationale of, Steve's got a board that he's representing and Kate's got a board that she's representing, and this is bigger than, I'm not voting for Jackie Brown's interests here. And so otherwise they wouldn't have put our seats on that. They would have just selected the people they wanted on the board. So I just have to react to that statement.
That's a little too global.
Yeah, thank you. And I think what I'm hearing is that the framing is going to be really critical, both in the background process that the language group is working on and in the introductory letter that I'll be working on. And you all will have a chance to see those very soon, right after this meeting, to weigh in on if we missed anything.
So if I understand the concept, Jackie, that Jackie's recommending, and it seems to be the consensus of the group, is that we wouldn't have amendments, but we would potentially vote yes in a conditional way if we're generally in support of the concept. And somehow the record would reflect the conditionality of our yes. From my organization's perspective, I think that if I'm doing that, I need the ability in the report for myself as part of that report to put what the conditions were that I voted yes for that aren't in the language. Because I think that's going to get lost in the general concepts and language and narrative in this document. And I think, at least for me, I have a board that's been very clear about where they need to come out on some of these issues. And while I can support in concept some of these things, I need some tweaks to actually be in favor. I know that we are not engaged in a legislative process, but the idea that we're just going to put it up on a straight up and down vote prevents the ability of us to hopefully improve the recommendation. And I think, especially because we're not able to talk to one another, we haven't done that in this context. And I think that's a very significant challenge and will decrease the quality of this report. So I guess I would love to understand everybody else's perspective about putting in your comments if you voted in a conditional way to actually explain exactly why you were right next to that recommendation, right, as part of that. Because I think otherwise I'm gonna have to end up voting no on a whole slew of things that our district is otherwise generally. So,
Reactions to that? I mean, the question is, how do you capture that conditionality? Do you wait and do it during the legislative session? Or do we capture that somehow in the report that goes to the legislators? As, for example, here's our recommendation, here's 6 things you should consider that people may have concerns about. Steve?
At some level, I think the report needs to capture some of that dissension, half dissension on a recommendation. Otherwise, it's gonna get lost when it gets to the legislature. I don't know what the right way is. But
I'll add on that I think there might be more ability to do it if we associate it with this review process and put the person or the entity that is making those comments as attributable to the specific comments that are added, rather than assuming that the entire group who has not voted on those additional components is included. That might be a way to move it on board so we can vote today and then follow the process through and add the comments.
So as people vote, suggesting they say, I vote yes, and here's my concern, and we would.
I would think those concerns could be added during this next week process. Unless we've got these dates during next week when we can add to the Google Doc. Seems to me that we could do it then, but you guys are way more in depth on this than I am, so I'm just offering that. Let's move forward.
Kyle and then Jack.
I'm hesitant to recommend this, so please push back. It's in the end is a conditional yes in trying to describe all the things that got you to a yes. Any different and potentially more complicated than just including that in the minority report. And, you know, this is a good concept, but needs tweaks, needs revision, needs more time, needs more, etc. Instead of trying to describe what could have gotten you a flat out yes.
That's a good point, Kyle. I guess I was just gonna say, you know, I have my comments ready today. If the Google Doc were to go live as we vote, we could insert them. I'm concerned that if we give each other 7 more days, I can come up with a lot more concerns and more language of how I would like to see things. And I don't think that's the point either, because on the fly, that's not why we're here today. So I'm wondering, how do you keep it simple without telling staff or whoever you're working with or whoever's advising you, okay, we got 7 more days to go, or the weekend to go back to the drawing board? Because that wasn't my offering. I don't think that makes any sense. And to Kyle's point, whichever way the group decides, whether it's minority report or putting it in the yeses, that's fine. I'm just trying to avoid wordsmithing this thing today and trying to get to a yes on everybody's change in order to be a yes for your organization. I think it's going to be complicated.
And just a recognition that this is a messy process and a little frustrating right now because of it being public, which has had some good benefits. I think there's good public trust in the process, but it makes it difficult to figure out all the nitty gritty at the last moment here. Andy and then Lee.
Okay, I think Jackie's on something in terms of comments, whether the Google Sheet is live or not. What I was envisioning is not going back for 7 weeks and talking to a bunch of attorneys and coming for 7 days and coming back with a bunch of comments. It was, if I make a comment while I'm voting yes, that says, I would like to see the following changes in this, generally we support it, but here are the changes I want. It is on me to then put those changes in my comments that say I voted yes, but these are the changes we'd really like to see in it. And I'm not asking to like go, and in fact, I really don't want to have another 7 days of discussion with all of our constituents about all of the different changes that could happen, because I think that would not be a productive use. So I think if we could agree to stick to what it is we verbalize on the record today and put that in the comments, I think Allison's suggesting that we do that in the next few days, and I think we stick to what we've actually said. Is not add a whole bunch of new stuff that we came up with while we were sleeping or drinking or whatever it is.
And no drinking until the meeting's over.
It's fine to go on, but is that possible? I mean, because when do you have to start writing the report?
The deadline is Monday at noon. So all comments have to be into the Google Doc by Monday at noon.
So that you will then have time to just see them.
Oh, so it would be comments, so not in the report itself. It would just be comments that we have that are somehow preserved in perpetuity, or?
I guess what we're asking is where, when Andy says write comments, where are we writing them?
I think
Or can
provide
AI
them,
capture
and they
that
get
here?
incorporated into the report underneath here's the concept, here's the vote, the yeses and nos, and here are some qualifications on the yeses that were inserted by people. And so we would need to get that into Kelsey by noon on Monday. Kelsey would incorporate that in.
Clarification, isn't it Tuesday at noon? That's what you're thinking?
So
hope-
additional comments would be Monday. It's on the agenda. Everybody pull up the agenda.
Monday
I can't see. Thank you. Monday at 1 PM, any comments, as Andy is suggesting, that you would add as a caveat must be in by Monday at 1. And then everyone has a chance to at least see them before we finalize the report.
So to describe in more detail, what is the noon Tuesday deadline?
The noon Tuesday deadline is when I am sending it to our graphic designer to be put in InDesign and having a technical editor go through it.
In the content.
So it's not a deadline for us.
It's going.
It can be, if you need that time, I'm willing to, like, I can give you that time.
No, don't give it to me.
So, when I looked at this and when I was getting prepared for this, I came to the conclusion that Andy enunciated, which is some of these things are close, or some things I might think are worth continuing to have discussions on. There are a number of things where I was planning on saying, I'm gonna vote no today. I think that it warrants continued discussion. I think there are still problems in either specific areas or just generally, and just say no. Teasingly, Aaron asked me if I got it all figured out, and I said, I'm gonna do Nancy Reagan, I'm just gonna say no. That was a little bit of an overstatement, as I'll prove. But the point being is if there are things that bother you, I think that it's worth, saying, this isn't ready for prime time. It's not a recommendation. We'll capture all of the, all these things are getting captured in the discussion, and legislators will make their own decisions. Trust me, regardless of what we do, they will make their own decisions. And hopefully we can have good discussions with those folks as they go forward, because they're the ones that matter. But please don't be surprised if you get a no vote on something. Sometimes I will say, I think this is discussion that I'll be had as the vice, we got 2 vice chairs of the State Affairs Committee sitting here for Water Congress, who are more than happy to try and recommend that the Water Congress initiate some of these discussions further, but they just may not be ready for prime time in this 6 months. So just, wanted everybody to understand,
You know, I do see sometimes you say no because golly, it's, you know, 3/4 of the way there, 2/3 of the way there, but 3/4 of the way there isn't good enough. Thanks.
All right, Mike, and then it's almost 1 o'clock, so we will need to come to a conclusion and jump in even if it's messy. Right.
So, I think I heard early on in this comment that the comments that we make or the recommendations or to pass, whether it's a yes vote, we have conditions on there that those might not be available to the legislation. They wouldn't see our comments?
I think what is on the table now is that we'll vote on an item. Someone may vote yes and say, but make sure we remember to address this factor that would be included with the report. Of the legislature.
Yeah, because that was, you know, if it's a yes vote for me, but I've got conditions. If they're gonna vote on it in legislation, and they'll know they're gonna lose the ag industry if they don't make my comment.
Which I think would be helpful piece for them. There's a short meeting, not 3 pages each, but a sentence or two about here are the items of concern you legislators should think about as you're moving this forward.
Okay.
Second meeting coming about.
Yeah. Will all the lawyers raise their hands so we can see what brevity?
All right, so we've got a couple of issues facing us. One is the movement from a narrative item to a recommendation item, and it sounds like Nancy, you have some suggestions to make there. I would, someone had proposed that we move those forward now and just spend our time looking at the recommendations. If we have more time, we can get to narrative. So that would be one suggestion to put on the table. And the other is that we vote as suggested. People have that ability between now and Monday at noon to make sure their concerns or conditions or other stakeholders that should be included or anything along those lines gets added to the Google Doc that will go into the final report. So, acceptable? Yeah. Monday at 1.
So you just put comments either if we had conditional, we were a conditional yes, or if we were a no.
Right,
Okay.
and there'll be the opportunity to do a minority report, you're a no, and same thing.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Right. And if you're a no and there's not a minority report, you can certainly just add that. And no, because here's the concern. So remembering to keep it simple, we have 2 to 2.5 hours to get through this list. And Nancy, why don't you start with just letting us know the letters that you wish to be moved forward to recommendation.
From my group's point of view, our aging infrastructure was a recommendation. The funding is not adequate. No, I'm not saying they have the money. I understand the constraints. So we believe that aging infrastructure is a recommendation. We even go so far as to say congressionally directed funding might be a direction the state of Colorado might want to follow, because they don't.
All right, let's not get into the
recommendation, not narrative.
Okay, anything else?
There's several on the storage. I thought we were merging, and on this sheet, it does have rehabilitation, repair has been moved into aging infrastructure. That was the agreement once upon a time, so that's not really something separate, I don't think. Okay. Because I would agree, we have a lot of those issues through ag throughout Colorado. I mean, all of the funding is a recommendation. It's not just a narrative. A lot of these things are narratives. But it's more than just a narrative. It's a policy change to figure out where you're going to come up with the money, because it's a big problem for Colorado. All right, so I would say for sure B. I'd say for sure C. Okay. And I'm assuming rehab is part of aging, or else I would also add E.
Okay, so we have a proposal from Nancy to move B to a recommendation, and that would include E as well, storage, rehab and repair. and to move C, additional storage to a recommendation. I think we will just take that and vote on those as written. All right, Randy?
Yeah, I wasn't sure of the process, but I was going to second that, but also, as far as, maybe some refinements, I would just like to make sure that it's clear that it's not just for ag, and I think we've had a lot of discussion as a group around that.
We'll get to the contempt when we think we get to that. Any other items that are on narrative that want to be moved to a recommendation of the vote?
I just have a question. Is voting present now an option? Is that what
Voting
this means?
present is, I'm proposing that as an option. So if your constituency doesn't want to take a no position, but are feeling like you can vote yes, you can vote present. If the group decides to go that way, that would move the total count down. So say 2 people voted present, then the denominator is now 15. And you need 8 votes.
Is that something we want?
Comments on that? Do you want to be able to vote present, or do you want to be a full
Yes.
vote?
Yeah, I would like to be able to be present. There are some things that have been improved substantially. I'm sure that it gets me to a place where in my position, I feel comfortable saying yes. But I, I want to be able to recognize the efforts that have been made to improve the situation, and I would like the option of vote present. And will whether we say or not.
Alex?
We said it very well.
Any objection to that? Right. All right, so we now have 16 items on the table. So that gives us about 10 minutes per to get through these. So as we're doing that, remember they are concepts we are voting on to get to the legislature, not the final word. You can add things in the document that goes to the report, and you would certainly work on them as if they do turn into like.
And so just from a process perspective, and I'm fine with this, but there was a motion and a second to elevate B, C, and E to recommendations. We didn't vote. I don't know if we need to.
We can vote. All those in favor?
And sorry, is E and B combined, and is that, are we combining E and B?
E would be combined with B.
Combine E and B and also move C. All right.
Can we clarify what combining means? Like, it's worded in mine, because when I reworded the aging infrastructure, I do put in the words rehab and I did do it in my narrative. So then it showed back up again.
It stayed on the document, it never got deleted, so we didn't want to delete what anyone had written, so we left it.
There you go. All right. So you're saying B as written already is inclusive.
It's one of the,
All right.
listed things of aging.
And we can drop.
So we can drop it.
Mask.
All right. So let's vote first on moving B to a recommendation, and that includes the storage rehab. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, that one is moved, and then C is the next one, create additional storage. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right,
So item B and E is now B.
yes.
And actually, as written in the short report, Nancy, you're saying it is exactly what you want as B already. It's not, you're not.
Because I actually did talk about aging reservoirs in my narrative.
For B. Right, so so we're voting on what is actually B in the short, it's not adding what was left over and.
Correct.
Sorry, E talks about the comprehensive dam safety evaluation. And
What did you say? I'm sorry, Kelly.
wasn't E related to the comprehensive dam safety evaluation and using that to identify?
Somebody added that language. I did. I mean, it wasn't there when we started our conversation back when we did AT infrastructure, so that. I didn't write it. Did you want that in there?
Let's sorry, start with A. Kelly, good.
That was a task force recommendation.
That's what the recommendation was in E, so that's what we're all evaluating, so.
So
I was voting with A first.
we'll start with A, but Kelly's question on her table is that E is different. You combined what you wanted, someone else has provided this. The advanced safe meeting on.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I understood, Nancy. You said that you transcribed what was in E into B? Oh, okay.
When I did it, it's, you know, we did that way back in November 6th, okay? Right, is bring in mine, and I did, and sometime one of these newer renditions of the Google Doc, you came up with the dam inspections. Did you guys come up with that, or Kate? I don't know who came up with that, maybe.
And I had provided that information, and then it got, I don't remember our process for how it got incorporated as the recommendation from the task force, where we put it.
We could move that under resources or build it into the original narrative. That's all it is, in paragraph on dam inspections.
It's not dam inspections, it's a program, but it may not matter. I'm just trying to understand what it is we're gonna be voting on, what's being combined. I think we worked through some of these in the last meeting. Nancy, you say you weren't, maybe you weren't there at the last meeting, or you
I've
were.
been to every meeting.
You were, okay, good. I was, so anyway, just want to make sure I'm really clear on what it is we'll actually be voting on.
Will somebody read what we're voting on?
It's in your packet, and we will be voting on P, which is on page, starts on page 4. But let's start with A, maybe that is easier. And Siobhan, are you able to help track voting?
You wanna,
Am I able to what?
Help track the
voting?
voting?
Yeah,
Okay.
and we have it on the recording as well as a backup, so
Right.
I will do my very best.
All right.
and how do we signify a yes vote? I think it might be helpful because you're gonna have some divided
Yeah.
votes.
We're gonna do roll call.
Okay, roll call. Perfect.
Roll call, and we're gonna do it in the order on this sheet, so it's a very roll call. All right, so the first thing we need is a motion. If someone has a motion to adopt item A, which is to continue the technical assistance grants for Colorado water projects.
I would make that motion.
All right.
Second.
Moved by Steve and second by Cheryl. All right. Discussion.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to this since it's a CWCB program and CWCB is under the NR. As we've discussed, these programs have been very useful to local communities. I will say it's taken some time to get the program up and going and start to get money out the door. The local capacity building grants have been more utilized than the technical assistance grants. So I think that's definitely something for the General Assembly to consider. I'll also note that currently the program does have funding out for another couple of years. Thanks to the funding that we got out of ARPA and that the General Assembly allocated and House Bill 2211. So, you know, I'll be a support vote for this, just recognizing that currently the program is funded. And so we really just want to the consideration to be made to continue this program beyond the ARPA term.
And given that I was the one that wrote this one up, because I was told to, I think I tried to frame it and let CWCB decide how to fund this program based on demand.
Yeah.
All of that.
Great, thank you, Randy. And then
Yeah, I'll just comment regarding the technical assistance because we did obtain a technical assistance grant. It's very helpful. I think the reason maybe it's not as popular, one, it's new, so people are still learning about it, and two, CB just got a consultant on board, and I mean, we were truly the guinea pig for that, and so You know, I think it just hasn't gotten traction yet. So I wouldn't advocate to take that out, because I think it's a great program, especially, and from my perspective, we're applying for a project where we don't have internal capacity to develop the concept, and I mean, I just don't have any more engineers that can run with it. So getting a consultant to come help us, that's been really great.
Alex?
Just a question about the sub-task force. So the sub-task force made a comment here, requesting the funding should be available to tribal nations. I don't know if it's currently not available, or if something has to be changed to make it available, or if there's any issue there that this group should address.
They'd be eligible.
Sorry?
Yeah, they would be eligible.
Okay. So,
All right, so the recommendations that we are voting on, you are voting on, the Colorado General Assembly should continue funding this program using state funds at a level recommended by CWPD to be consistent with demand. Number 2, funds should be used to expand capacity for all grant needs and not limited to federal grant dollars. Number 3, an appropriate percentage of these funds should be granted to entities working in the Colorado River Basin of Colorado. And there is support from the sub-task force. All right, are you ready to vote? Okay. Thanks for making the first one. All right, and your options to vote are yes, no, or present. Kate Greenberg.
Yes.
Jackie Brown.
Yes.
Gerald Copenhaver.
Yes.
Randy Kim.
Yes.
Lisa Yellow Eagle.
Yes.
Kelly Romero Pini.
Yes.
Mike Camlin.
Yes.
Kyle Whitaker.
Yes.
Lee Miller.
Yes.
Andy Mueller.
Yes.
Alex Davis.
yes.
There's Nancy
Yeah.
Fisher, sorry. Steve Wolf.
Yes.
Letitia Yazzie.
Yes.
Aaron Citron.
Yes.
Allison Baker.
Yes.
Orla Bannon.
Yes.
All right.
This is easy.
Well done. So just for the record, we had a total of 17 votes. We had 17 yes votes, and that A did pass as a recommendation. All right, item B, which is titled provide increased funding throughout state programs for aging water-related infrastructure. Do we have a motion to vote on this recommendation? I move to this recommendation.
Second.
Second by Andy. Moved by Nancy, second by Andy. All right, Nancy, do you want to make any short comments?
Well, just the short comments is for us, it's such a high priority. And when we're looking at the charge to save water, improving aging infrastructure, you're gonna save more water quicker than most investments that I can think of in Colorado. We've heard about that from Harold. I want to say thank you to all the individuals. I work with Uncompahgre Valley water users, and as you said, who do we really represent? We're supposed to represent all ag water right holders on the western slope. A lot of them call me, or people on my board, and I'm sure they call the other ag people. And that is a recurring theme. There's not enough money. We recognize the state budget. I mean, I don't blame anybody in our, budgeting process. It doesn't exist, but it needs to exist. And you see Arizona, California, the downstream states, they're putting big bucks in improving their aging infrastructure. I don't think we're doing a comfortable amount. So for us, it's a long-term fix, it's durable, it's a good bang for the buck. And I also serve on a roundtable, and we see the number of projects that come that sometimes don't have multiple benefits. And I tried to word it in such a way that it wouldn't compete with. We need more money altogether, which doesn't compete with recreation, or it doesn't undermine the environment. It's an all of the above written thing. And I'm sorry, I know we don't have the money in state budget. And I also have in here that we would suggest that they look at congressionally directed funding, because then I gave a list under the resources at the end, and I don't know that that needs to go into the report. But look at where all the money goes. The multi-benefits, big projects, and that's expensive projects, as people in ag know. but some of it's just flat out old stuff that you need to repair a mile of pipeline and that's $6 million. And so when you're only talking about 25 million, doesn't go very far. So it's really multidimensional, I think. And our recommendation is to, again, it's conceptual. Needs a lot of work to fill in those dots. But it needs to be focused on, that's why it's more of a recommendation than a narrative, in my opinion.
Comments, discussion?
I have the word municipal in there.
Okay, all right, Alex, then Kate, and then Randy.
And that's what I was looking at this again because my constituents were also wanting municipalities not to be left out. So it says rural in the introduction, and I'm not sure how rural is defined. But I'm sure there are a lot of municipal water infrastructure needs around aging, and those are quite significant and shouldn't be excluded in recommendation B.
And I do put down, if you look in the after the examples of the different competing programs we've got now, I do talk about existing needs in municipal and ag sectors. But I do think rural's got a bigger stress than giving more water to Denver water. Sorry, Denver.
Well, I think there are many smaller municipalities in the state, and I might not constitute rural municipalities, so I just think that including municipalities should be in here. That it shouldn't, just because you're a municipality and not rural, you shouldn't be, I mean, I don't think Denver Water is gonna come in, or Aurora, we have our own agent, I just think municipalities need to be included.
Pleasure of the group.
Nancy, thanks for raising this. Obviously, this has been a point of discussion from the get-go. And, wherever the legislature decides to take this one, of course, it will be related to the budgeting process, which you mentioned. I don't want to overstate that, but I think it is important to know the limitations we have at the state, but that doesn't take away from the importance of the matter being kept in the forefront. And I think another takeaway from me, I mean, we've been talking at CDA how agricultural infrastructure is infrastructure when it comes to the federal money available. And I think personally, that's a takeaway from these conversations we've had, that we're going to keep pushing for that in any arena we can, especially with the federal dollars coming forward. So from the standpoint that we're putting concepts forward for consideration, we are nowhere near able to tackle the needs out there, whether it's municipal, rural, ag. So I think no matter what, this is going to be a topic for further consideration and more of a focused strategy statewide about how to bring in more resources.
Randy and then Allison.
Yeah, I fully support this one. But I would like the language refined. I saw it when I first read this, there are 3 places that it really looks like it's aimed towards only ag. Second line, reference agriculture, rural and tribal systems. Second paragraph, 1 to 4th line, talk about agricultural projects. Right before task force recommendation, talk about ag infrastructure projects. It's really not until item 3 in the recommendations that it mentions municipalities. So I would like it, and not just municipal, I think one of the edicts in the legislation was not to have disproportional impacts, but conversely, not have disproportional funding. So I think, if we could make that more inclusive, that would be helpful. And then secondly, if we're gonna incorporate E, and I'm curious about this, it seems like if we want that to be included as far as comprehensive dam safety evaluations to identify existing storage reservoirs with potential additional capacity. I know right now my dam safety engineer doesn't go, come do inspections, say, oh, you looks like you have more capacity available, that's just not part of their dam safety evaluation. So I think that would require some maybe legislation to direct the state engineer to do that as part of their evaluation. So I don't know for sure, but it seems like that would need to be more explicitly incorporated if we want it to be.
Allison and then Randy.
And I'm an echo here. I'd really like to see municipalities and possibly even general potable water systems added to the first sentence, so it's real clear that this is not just agriculture, though obviously that's a huge component. And we aren't going to get money for storage rehabilitation without the comprehensive dam safety evaluation. So I think that does need to be at least mentioned in this item B. It may be not to the level of detail that it is in E, but I think it should be brought over to item B for consideration for funding.
Are you agreeable to those? I'm happy to work.
So, Madam Chair, I was under the impression that what is being suggested are essentially
Caveats, yeah.
friendly amendments, which I thought we had agreed would go into comments, so the people who made them are responsible for putting them into the comments. If they vote yes or no, they can just say why, and they can explain it, but that we're not changing on the fly the language, because I mean, I'm happy to do that, but I really thought we were going the other direction.
And I think the recommendations look to be broad enough, they include municipal, so it's maybe just including or for the sponsor to add municipal or people to add that in comments.
Yeah, and I think you're right on.
I mean, otherwise we're gonna do what Kyle said.
My only concern is since we are deleting some that were, or combining.
To clarify for Nancy, what she's proposing is just what's written in this packet as exhibit B. She believes she combined what she had as E into B. I don't want to speak for Nancy, but that's what I understood you to say.
But we've got a little bit more messy, because it is a friendly amendment, but part of the original rural orientation might not change because we don't have other water sources. I mean, I know Montrose can go to all sorts of taxable places for their money, and our little guys have no place to go.
All right, so I think so. Andy has pointed out a good call, and it's a good example as we're practicing on these first couple, is that we need to vote on the recommendation that is in here. The municipal folks, the dam safety storage folks can add comments saying, don't forget these things, legislature, as you're considering this recommendation. That will help keep us simple and on track, I believe. Orla?
I just want to be clear from a process perspective, exactly what language we're voting on.
I will read.
Okay, it's just in B, right?
It's just in B.
Okay.
It's just in B, so the recommendation in B is number 1, the General Assembly should increase funding levels throughout state programs for aging water-related infrastructure, which could include replacing and upgrading diversion structures, headgate, and conveyance efficiency improvements. Number 2, CWCD should evaluate funding mechanisms for aging infrastructure. And number 3, CWCD should consider cash match requirements and low to no interest rate loans for aging infrastructure. While multiple benefit projects are admirable, basic infrastructure is a foundation for many rural, ag, and municipal projects and deserve stronger consideration. So that is what we're voting on. Sounds like there may be several comments added to clarify what some of the other concerns might be moving forward. Okay, are we ready to vote on this? Alex?
So, yeah, and yeah, so I just to confirm, and I think this makes sense. We have a introduction, and then we have a narrative associated with the recommendation, and then there's the specific recommendation, right? And so presumably in the report, underneath the specific recommendation would be, comments saying municipal needs to be recognized, blah, blah, blah.
Correct.
Okay, so just confirming that. Second, so we're voting on the specific language of the recommendation, not the language in the introduction.
Right.
Second, E is different than what Nancy combined, and so I'm not sure that E has been combined in this recommendation, and it might be that people want to vote on E separately. It sounds like there's some support out there for E. So maybe we just want to keep that as a separate item to vote on, because it's not included in the current B.
And it is not, it has not been moved forward as a recommendation.
Not if it's not included as aging infrastructure, which was the comment back in November 6th, is reservoirs are aging infrastructure. So you're right, doesn't say.
Well, no, E is a very specific recommendation about the dam safety evaluations, and so if they did not move that forward, then I think they need to just recognize that.
I think we can discuss when we get there. I do think we should have an independent discussion on E. And it's fine in the narrative, I agree.
But it's a recommendation or a narrative.
Right, all right. So we will get to E next, and now we will vote on D on the 3 recommendations that are shown on the middle of page 5.
Yeah. Sure. Just real quick, I don't, again, I just want to make sure, like, some of the narrative leading up to it, there's a reference to $35 million in Prop TV funding. There's that, there's a Tabor cap on that. So like those numbers are off. So I just don't want that to end up getting codified in a report inadvertently. And then I just want to call out that we are, we're making recommendations both to the General Assembly, but then also to the CWCB. And are we saying like the CWCB board should consider just something to keep in mind if that's the direction that we're headed? And again, I think the language is general enough. It's okay. I think once you start kind of get into the details of how CWCB has to manage its portfolios, and just note that they already have very low interest loans already, lower for agriculture. I mean, the devil's in the details, but I just wanted to call that out.
Conceptually, do you feel like this does what the task force is looking for?
Oh, you mean like addressing aging infrastructure? Oh, I think addressing ways to fund aging infrastructure is wildly important to drought resilience. Absolutely. The mechanism for achieving that, the devil will very much be in the details. I think it's very complicated once we deal with all the.
And the conversation at the time is there be a narrative, there is a policy issue and a funding issue. So that's what you're saying. We're CWCB is a policy question. Funding is definitely a funding question. So it's complicated.
Messy, but- All right, any other comments before we vote on this one? All right, on our list here, and item B, aging infrastructure, Jackie Brown.
Yes.
Randy Kim,
Yes.
Mike Camplin,
Yes, with comments.
okay. Allison Baker. Yes. Andy Mueller,
Yes.
Kate Greenberg,
Yes.
Orla Bannon,
I'm a yes, and I'm very supportive of addressing aging infrastructure, and I'm totally fine with items 1, 2, 3 in the text. There's some text in the introduction that I don't like. And
Be careful.
I know, but I think there's some statements in there about it being the largest water savings and some of that, and I don't know where that comes from or how that's quantified. So I'm totally fine with the recommendation, but I just want to flag that all that introductory text, which I understand is setting the stage for why it's important. I do have a sort of a flag on that.
okay, thank you, thank you. Letitia Yazzie. Yes. Aaron Citron,
Yes.
Lee Miller,
Yes.
Kelly Romero Heaton,
Yes.
Gerald Copenhaver,
Yes.
Steve Wolf.
Yeah.
Lisa Yellow Eagle,
Yes.
Kyle Whitaker,
Yes.
Alex Davis.
Yes, and quickly, do you want people to say yes with comments or yes? Okay, so if people want to add a comment, you want to say yes or no?
I want to know who I'm looking for comments from, and so I need to email Monday morning to say, where's your comment?
Yes, all right, all right. Allison Baker is also a yes with comments.
She'll be signing it, Dr. McElroy.
I mean, you're in trouble. And Nancy Fisher. Yes, all right. So we had a total of 17 votes, 17 yes votes. That does pass. And I have down Mike Camplin, Aaron Oh, I'm sorry. Mike Kaplan, Allison Baker, Orla Bannon, and Alex Davis with comments.
And Kelly.
All right, great. Right, so Kelsey will be tracking the comment part and we will check in with her on each of those. All right, do you want to discuss E? Does anyone want to move that forward as a recommendation, or do we want to leave it in here as?
I'll move it forward. Moving it to a recommendation, storage, rehab and repair.
Any second?
Sorry, did we skip C or is that not on the list? I thought we moved C up to,
Oh,
Yes, sorry.
that's okay.
we moved C and I just skipped it, so my apologies. All right, number C is create additional storage. The recommendations here are two, create new storage in strategic locations to protect and enhance existing agricultural uses under future uncertainty. Number two, create strategic and small storage facilities that meet multiple needs. Small reservoirs could be in the 2,000 to 5,000 acre foot scale. Is there anyone who would like to move that for adoption by the task force?
I'll move for recommendation, create additional storage.
Okay, those are Nancy, second by Allison. All right, discussion.
Oh, sure. The question I had was just, I mean, the General Assembly doesn't create new storage, right? They wouldn't pass a law to create new storage. So I think that's why some of this had gone to a narrative and wasn't like a legislative recommendation. And so I'm a little uncertain what it is we're asking of the General Assembly.
It's Allison.
I think it's requesting funding for additional storage. Is that the general understanding?
Not what it says create new storage.
More or less.
Alex was also.
Well, if you're on the fund.
Okay,
this
that's
issue,
fine.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think this is covered by a lot of what happened in the past. So there's a narrative at F about work CWCD is already doing, and there's some money in projects going for it, so it seems that some of this has already gotten in place there from the perspective.
Okay, Alex?
I just wanted to comment that small reservoirs, and I don't know if there's a concern from the agricultural community that small municipalities have more sway, but I wouldn't want to leave municipalities out of small reservoirs. I think small reservoirs can be very helpful to the agricultural community and the municipals. So this seems to be focused on agriculture, and I just add in municipalities as well. Assuming that we create a recommendation, telling the legislature to do something.
Any comments? Me?
Yep.
Yes, Lee.
So let me start by saying, I and my constituency agree with creating additional storage. I look at F, and F says planning and funding for state storage reservoirs. While it doesn't talk about the small reservoirs that are here, this one doesn't, this one lacks sufficient specificity to know what it is. I mean, when I had my discussion with some folks to try and walk through this, they said, well, who are we asking? What are we asking? I think that if it said funding, then I would only ask the question how it was different than F. But I could support a proposal that says create funding for additional storage. This one just isn't ready for prime time. And so unfortunately, I don't want anyone to think that I'm against creating storage. And I would like to talk about it if we get a chance, at least make sure that that goes forward in the narrative, but I just can't support this the way it's written. And so I want everyone to understand it's not concept, it's that it didn't get past concept.
Sure.
Well, I'm sure I'm not as bullish on storage as Lee. I agree with everything you said. And I recognize the role that particularly small storage facilities have in supporting water use, including agriculture. I agree. I think there's other ones that the last one includes funding. I would say storage is infrastructure. I have questions about what this is including, and if it moves forward, I do take issue with the last sentence in the introduction. Prioritizing in-stream flows over building new reservoirs can marginalize the benefits ag water lends to healthy rivers. I don't think we're choosing between an in-stream flow and storage in this situation or in many situations. I recognize there's some perceived conflict, but I'm not sure how that's relevant to the particulars of this. So I'm not opposed to looking at and exploring funding for infrastructure, including storage and talking about planning. But I'm not clear exactly what this one is proposing. But happy to talk about the others.
Yeah, this originated a long time ago, as some of these other ideas matured and became more robust like that. And I think the point was, from our point of view, is we get a lot of pushback. We want a new rep. And it would be nice if this group could endorse reservoirs are not bad. I think it's all the intent. So maybe it is more of a narrative thing than it is a recommendation, and that will take care of the funding. But the point is the water plant says we need more reservoirs, but then trying to get a reservoir done is not simple in our state, and we recognize that. And I think it would help if this group would be saying, it's okay. You do reservoirs, that's what it takes. It's in the water plant. So for me, it's more of a narrative now.
So one more comment.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm good with it, just as a narrative. I think it's fine when you have the narrative.
You can
But,
change the
but the recommendations is the problem. Yeah, I mean, I think
So would the motion then be to move as a part of the narrative and take it away from recommendations? I would change my motion.
Okay, let me get Letitia's comment and then we'll.
Oh, the comment I would like to make is that, under the recommendation, as you know, you tribe is working on a small storage project, and that's in the 1,000 acre feet scale, so we were, looking at the, language could be up to 5,000 acres, so. And, just revising, what is in the sub-task force comment that we put, you tried farm and ranch enterprise. Descriptive in that.
Nancy, I think you could just withdraw your motion. It is already on our sheet as narrative.
Okay, I withdraw my motion, as long as it stays on in the narrative.
And people have until Monday at 1 o'clock to make comments on that narrative.
Is there anyone else besides Alex, Lee, Aaron, and Letitia who are going to be submitting comments on this? Alice.
All right.
That's the also.
Portland as well.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
waiting for a break in the action. Can we get clarification on the introductory language? Like, and in this instance, some of the resources, is any of that making its way into the final report?
At this point, it is, let's feel like it should not be, and we'll see, no, you've got comments if there are errors. There may be some errors, but the plan at this point is to include those introductory comments. You could decide just to include the recommendations. Like that's that once. Yeah.
I also did not understand that to be the case, so. While I'm like a straight yes with no changes on some of the recommendations, I'm not a yes on the narratives. So if we can agree, if we can take a straw poll on that, we don't have to get into this issue further, but otherwise we can get into it further.
So question for you, do you think the legislature will understand the recommendation without a bit of an introduction as to what topic it's addressing and why?
I think we need an introduction to each of these items, and I think otherwise they will be misinterpreted multiple times over, and I just, my thought is, and I very much hear what Jackie's saying is, hey, there's some things in the introductions people don't agree with. I've heard that from others. I think that's one of those opportunities to say, and I'm gonna comment, and then they can say, you know, I voted yes on this, but the introduction is misleading in this way, or I disagree with that introduction in this way, and just to move things along a little bit. That would be my thought.
Thank you.
Just as a non-voting member listening to that, could there be just a disclaimer in the report or before each introduction? This is, you know, for the purposes of understanding, but it does not necessarily reflect the thoughts of each, even those voting yes.
I like that. Yeah, that'll help us a lot. You can have that caveat.
And I think there could be a risk of someone reading an introduction and saying that that's not correct. And discounting the recommendation. So, Andy's suggestion may work well. And Kelsey's keeping a list of people who make comments. So if there are factual errors, those can be fixed. If there are different interpretations, those could be added. Alex?
Yeah, I just wanted to support Andy's recommendation because I don't want to get bogged down. I think all of us probably have comments on some of the narratives, and I don't want to get too bogged down in that because that would, so, but rather than try to take them out or rewrite them, just having the ability to, you know, propose edits or say, this is, you know, this is why we agree will be better.
Orla?
Yeah, I don't like this idea myself, so I'm not gonna take airtime, but I was thinking, would there be a way to like shorten it so the legislators would have what they need, but it doesn't have like, I think some of us were trying to like, you know, use it as a piece of advocacy as well. But I think to Alex's point, it's actually just gonna take too much time and brain damage, so. I think, yeah, and Monday at 1, it's not gonna be possible. So it seems like we're left with comments and a general caveat that like the task force is not endorsing like every word of the narrative, but they are supporting the recommendations.
And maybe it will be helpful just to switch the order that says, here's the recommendation, and then here's comments. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going actually to suggest maybe it's called background, and on each one, we can write, this has not been something by the task force.
Endorsed or back.
Yeah, so I like the recommendation first and the background or whatever second. And every time write that caveat. So I also don't want to see everybody's comments on every narrative before Monday at 1 o'clock, because then we're gonna have to go back and comment on people's comments. So if that's not the recommendation, let's not do that.
No. Right. All right, so we will sort of hold that as our method and unless we take it up, we move forward. But our report will look like, here's the recommendation, here's some background with the caveat that this was not fully vetted with everyone.
We're volunteers here.
We're doing our best.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
There was a second part to my question about the resources section. Is that also going to be included in the report? And because I personally did not look at all those. I don't know what they say, what they might
What's the
suggest.
pleasure of the group? And there's been a couple of things come up as we move forward. One is to have a resource section at the end. Some of the recommendations have resources, others do not. Maybe we just leave that in the working documents and not in the final report. The legislation. Any thoughts on that?
This is a reminder of what that was suggested, just to preserve the bit of information that you all could put together on that website. The collection of resources to be at the fingertips of those considering the legislation, not necessarily something that was reference section. That was the intention when it was brought forward. So, but that's my help.
Well, there were two resource sections. So there's the resource section attached to each item in the shortlist, and then there's a broader, bigger resource section in the final report, which was created with the intention of just saying, here's all the documents that were given to the task force. Not an endorsement, so.
Your pleasure,
Documents,
Alex.
documents.
So a quick scan, most of them seem to be legitimate resources like statutory citations or maybe you can have a caveat that these resources were contributed by individual members, but no vetting of the accuracy of these resources has been done, or something along the lines of the task force is not making any statement as to whether these resources are appropriate. They all seem, just as a quick scan, they seem like they're not all advocacy pieces or they're just kind of like in-stream flow statutes and, you know, legislative history. So they seem to be legitimate. And rather than throwing out resources that could be helpful, simply saying that none of these resources have been vetted by this group and therefore use them as you will, or I don't know, something like that.
How does that get in here?
I'm okay with it. I'd rather them just go to a resource section and if people want to go look at them, go look at them.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. They can
Either
always
way.
show them at the end of the document.
Put them all at the end of the document. Orla?
Oh, it's okay. I agree with that one.
All right, all right, so that's our temporary plan as well as all resources go at the end of the document as a statement of here are resources received by the task force. All right, moving on to item E. Do we have a motion to move that forward as a recommendation?
I'll move this to a recommendation. No, you want narrative. Move this to the narrative.
We don't need that.
Yeah, it's already narrative.
Okay, so we just drop it.
All right.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, yeah, just to be clear, we just, you know, this is the comprehensive dam safety evaluation one, correct?
Right, right.
Okay. It's a great program. PWR is already implementing the CWC project still help to fund it. There's work, and I'm speaking for PWR here, sorry, here we go, putting state engineer. Yeah. It is a great tool for identifying ways to like more cost effectively rehab existing storage, as well as looking at if there could be capacity like within a margin of safety. Sorry, not engineering. Okay. And so I don't want us to lose sight of what an incredibly valuable tool that is and will be for small storage, particularly for agricultural operators in rural areas. So I appreciate that it's preserved in the narrative. I don't think it's appropriate as a recommendation to the General Assembly.
All right. We are now on item G, which is natural process protection to promote drought and wildfire resiliency. The recommendation is in the middle of page 12. Do we have a motion to adopt this recommendation?
I'll move to adopt the LPG.
Second. Okay, moved by Alex, second by Kelly. Who was this guy?
Kelly, the second.
Kelly.
You know, it's great.
No, it was not. It was Kelly. It was Kelly.
I know that.
Discussion on this one, Steve.
If I may ask our state engineer a question on this.
Yeah.
You may not want to answer, but I'm asking you. To me, this potentially removes flexibility of your staff in sort of assessing individual situations.
I'm sorry, so what?
It removes flexibility from your field staff in assessing these and doing what they think is appropriate based on potential harm to water rights, water diversion. Is that?
Yeah, thanks, Steve. And I probably taken a little bit of heart from in that first paragraph, the first subparagraph that qualifies it if they're not unduly restricting impeding flow. And I may have said earlier, or at least thought earlier, that this does maybe reflect the way we operate right now. That is, got statutory authority to remove unnecessary obstructions. But if it's not impeding flow and you know, maybe more difficult case when it actually diverts the flow, natural flow into
temporarily into a side channel bypassing it. Impeding to reduce the flow. And so, we will, in that case, then remove the structure. And I think this still allows. Because it's impeding the flow of water, state. So I think this just, I don't think I'm saying this well, but I think this just prevents the state engineer, division engineer from categorically moving an obstruction just because it's an obstruction.
Thank you.
And I think that's what was intended, right?
Right, Kate and then Kyle.
Great, thank you. I think, overall, be a support on this. I just want to call out the Ag Coalition's comment on G. From my notes was that they want a process with the state engineer, to be clear. So I would say if this moves forward, which I would support, we would just very much engage the ag community and what implications this might have on water users if it were to move through the legislative process.
Kyle.
Similar concern. The wording to me could suggest that it is a complaint-based system going forward. And from living in this world for many years, a downstream water right holder does not have a clue what is going on upstream on private property and would have no way to know to complain and request that be removed. And I think as it is now, it allows DWR staff, if they see these, to make them known. And I'm concerned that this flips that on its head.
Yeah, kind of the same vein that Steve and Kyle's comments are. I think at best this is a putting into statute what already happens. At worst, I think it creates more of a burdensome system than we already have, and so I'll be able to know that on this.
Alex? And then Jack.
So the language may not be great. And the intent was not to create a more burdensome process. The intent was to, so there are landowners who appreciate, and I think entities who appreciate the myriad of benefits created by natural processes such as beavers, right? They create a lot of benefits in terms of re-wetting the soil, creating wetter forests, creating wildfire resiliency. I think the Audubon Society has done a great job in demonstrating how natural processes that have been sort of machines against have created more vulnerable forests and assist in the situation where we are today, where there are more catastrophic wildfires, which have really dramatic impact on water conversions, on water supply systems. So the idea was to simply say that just because there is a beaver dam or a natural obstruction in the river, it shouldn't automatically be removed. I don't think that, I think generally, and only in the state engineer's office, right? This has nothing to do with what landowners can do. City of Aurora has many beaver problems that we want to be able to handle because beavers can be very damaging to infrastructure and can be damaging to stormwater, all sorts of infrastructure. So there's no intent here that a landowner or any entity can't take action to remove beavers or other natural obstructions. The idea was simply to allow the state engineer's office to not have to presumptively remove natural obstructions because they provide benefits to the watershed. And so we shouldn't just be taking them out because they're there. So that was the intent, was to say simply because there's an obstruction on a stream, it doesn't mean that anyone's been injured, and it does provide a benefit. But if that intent is too difficult to put into writing, that's fine. And, you know, if people want to try it, so I would just stop there.
Okay, Jackie and then Kevin, and then we will vote.
I just would second the comments that Kyle and I think Steve made on process. Process is unclear, concerns over how that information is shared with things that happen on private land. So I will be a present vote. Don't be surprised.
Kevin,
And I just want to clarify for Alex's and Gordon's benefit, that I think that the five are the important characteristic that naturally occurring for us. Much like you would make someone fill in a natural depression that collects surface water, that is natural. That's important, and so it wasn't necessarily turning on whether there's injury or not, because it might even, we can say that is potentially injurious, or it's consuming water, but it's a naturally occurring activity. I think it's the way we treat it now. In other words, if we saw an artificial obstruction in the stream right now, we would have to act differently than we would for the.
all right, so the recommendation, and I'm just going to read version 1 of it here, is to amend Colorado Revised Statute 3792-5027 by adding the following language. Absent a specific request from a landowner or water user, the state engineer, division engineer, and their duly authorized assistants shall presume that naturally occurring obstructions such as beaver dams are not unduly restricting or impeding the flow of water to the water users of the state. And your vote are yes, no, or present, and you and let Kelsey know if you will be making a comment on this. So we are starting with Andy Mueller,
Yes.
Mike Camlin,
No.
Kyle Whitaker,
No.
Randy Ken, no. Kate Greenberg,
Yes, with caveats.
okay. Kelly Romero Heaney,
Yes.
Derek, Nancy Fisher, no. Jackie Brown,
Present.
Allison Baker,
No.
Alex Davis,
Yes.
Letitia Yazzie,
Present.
Aaron Citron,
Yes.
Steve Wolf,
No.
Lee Miller,
No.
Orla Bannon,
Yes.
Harold Copenhaver,
No.
Lisa Yellow Eagle.
Yes.
All right, so we have 15 total votes, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yes votes. Is that what you got, Siobhan?
And, yes, that time.
Okay, so that does not meet the threshold. And
It would be, with 7 yes, and 3 present. Yeah, 7 no. By my count.
8 no, 8 no's, yes, 7 yeses, 8 no's, so no's prevail. There, so we have a 15 total vote now, 8 no and 7 yes.
Correct. So
Yes.
We don't count the present part of the denominator. So it would have been 8. So does anyone want to include this as a minority report? How do we want to handle this now that we adopted a recommendation and now we've denied a recommendation? Do we include it as something that was considered and not adopted?
Alex, and I will first, I'm sorry, just real quick, in the bill and the legislation, there is a section that is required in the report that is recommendations considered but not approved. So by the bill, we were planning on including votes that go down in that section. So the question on the table is, for people who voted yes, do you want to include a minority report?
I'm not sure about a minority report. I was going to suggest it's helpful to understand I think it'd be helpful to have a sentence or two that say, people were concerned about process, people were concerned about additional burdens. People were concerned, so that, because what I didn't hear was the idea that people don't want natural processes that assist in wildfire resiliency. That's not what people are voting against. They're voting against potential process complications in addressing issues on their land and their water rights.
So sounds like a minority report.
Two sentences, minority.
Yes.
Yeah, I think, to Siobhan's comment earlier, brevity is key here. We already have a recommendation, some discussion on it. It did not pass, the task force, so will be recommendations considered and not adopted. And there could be a 2-sentence addition that here's what could improve this, and what we're considered as.
So Alice, do you agree to that?
Yes. All right, so it is 2:00. Do you want to take a break now, or do you want to tackle industrial water rights?
Break.
We had another.
5 minutes, so short. We're,
We had item coming.
This one I should-
It is on the.
All right, let's
I
go.
don't really see the camera.
All right, I misspoke earlier. We do have one to consider before industrial, which is item H. Prioritize forest health and wildfire ready watersheds. The recommendation proposed is to add stronger criteria for state funding for community wildfire protection plan to meet the goals of CWP. There's a footnote there, which I did not find. It's not a footnote. It's not a CWP. Square, okay. All right. Do we have a motion to adopt this recommendation from the task?
I move to adopt this, section H, but with some wording changes. Because there's some errors in the narrative. So do you want that later, or do you want me to move it forward and then discuss them?
Let's move it forward. If there are changes that need to be made, that can happen between now and Monday 1. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Hello, it's number 2 in the priorities of our survey.
I'm sorry, was it to move it forward as part of the narrative or?
No, to its
recommendation.
Move it up to a recommendation?
It should have been, there's an error on my voting sheet. It shows up in this list here as move forward to recommendation.
Okay.
Number H.
Yeah, it was.
So
I'll second that.
the motion is for the task force to adopt this recommendation, and send it to the legislature.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion by Nancy, a second by Aaron, discussion, Steve and then Lee.
Just one quick question. We heard that there's been maybe some edits made to this. Are they substantive, Eric?
I think so.
Okay.
So if I can just, there's only 3 words.
Yeah.
Okay, it says protecting storage. You actually are trying to protect critical watersheds. Not just storage, it would be streams. And a broader thing. So if you substitute the second word from storage to critical watersheds. And then the second line says using nature-based solutions, which we just talked about. However, if you're really gonna stop a wildfire, Kyle, and people that have been dealing with wildfires, you need a variety of treatments and nature-based solutions. So it looks like it's just confined to storage, and it looks like it's just directed to natural, and that's where we've been. And it hasn't stopped many forest fires. So that's the wording change I'll put in if this thing makes it pass.
Okay, so we'll say protecting critical watersheds from wildfire impacts is important. And then the second sentence talks about forest health improvements using a variety of treatments and nature-based solutions. Thanks, Lee.
Okay, and so I just wanted to be clear, so the task force recommendation doesn't change. I don't know what CWP squared is, but we might want to spell that out, but as long as I understand that the narrative change doesn't change the task force.
It does not, and I did submit it with the original working document. It didn't make it to this page. And there are actually written guidelines that define what CWP squared is. And the big change from original community wildfire protection plans, they didn't look at your watersheds. It looked at your buildings. It protected your WUI. It was really more of, let's not burn down our homes that are in the wildland. And CWP, where's that look up in your watersheds too, to protect your water supply or run wildfire.
Or
There's a language that's, so if I wanted a definition of CWP it exists somewhere.
Already, it's in our thing.
Okay.
And we should
If we can
bring
just,
that up to the
if we
resources.
just figure that out.
Yeah,
that would
just
make me
make sure you
happy.
write out the acronym.
Exactly, yeah, just
It's
because
how
it-
it's called.
because-
Okay, where
Orla, that was my only question. I wasn't sure if it was the Colorado Water Plan or the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, so I was confused.
Community Wildfire Protection Plan.
Thank you.
Randy,
Yeah, but just to be clear.
yeah, Randy and then Andy. and
I'm
then-
just not really clear on the recommendation when it says add stronger criteria for state
Current
funding.
criteria was written in the Healthy Forest Restoration Act in 2005. And it never looked at a watershed. Okay, so there already is criteria, and the state of Colorado required woodland communities to develop wildfire protection plans. And then in 2009, the state forester, the Forest Service said those aren't strong enough because we are burning up our reservoirs. Strontia Springs is an example. Now look at your example, Willow Creek. We need stronger criteria because right now we're doing a whole new tier of community wildfire protection plans. And they need to be written to a different, higher standard because the fires have gotten worse.
So maybe just to clarify, those that are not familiar with that, would it be helpful to say add stronger criteria to be inclusive of critical watersheds?
We don't want to start words, but we're never gonna.
Okay,
So,
I'm just not clear on how it's written.
Andy and then.
Just to say, I'm very much in support of this. I know that this is at the state level that this is aimed at, which, is good, but I think that it also is an issue we've been dealing with our Forest Service on in terms of where they have allocated their funding. It has primarily been focused on the WUI, which has avoided, funding critical watersheds in the Colorado River because we don't have as much WUI interfaces as say the Front Range, and yet 80% of our state's water supply comes out of that headwaters and isn't considered. We lobbied the Forest Service with our federal delegation very hard on that point. They say they're changing, but as of the meeting I had on Friday with our White River National Forest supervisor, they are not making progress the way they should be. And so it is a really serious issue on a federal level, and I think anything we can do at the state level to help.
Repeating some, but fully supportive, but those in the room that understand, I spent way too much trying to find footnote 2. To try to learn, but to Randy's point, I don't even know what stronger criteria means. Is that, more helpful, less restricted? I couldn't help on this. So I'm a yes, but please, those who know this world, help us give a good recommendation.
I think the implementation guidelines, it's a 9-page document. And again, I shared it with everybody, the conversation for that day. And so it is on all of our resource materials. And I did even call the state forester to make sure this is not an offensive request. And he understood it well as also. And so I can fix some stuff by Monday.
Great, thank you, Marcy. All right, are we ready to
Sorry.
vote?
Sorry.
Yes.
So I just want to note, the Department of Natural Resources is very supportive of this proposal, recognizing that it probably does need a little bit of work just to clarify, explain to the non-fire watershed person what CWP squared is. I did one in 2019, so I know it all too well. And I'll just note, and whether this needs to be reflected in the report or I can provide comments, but CWCB's wildfire ready action plans that were developed or created, I think that really nicely in line with this. And so just to be clear, CWCB has a tool ready to go for communities that are doing their critical wildfire plans to then also work on the watershed aspect of that and then fold it into it. So, but that would definitely be a resounding yes on the concept, of course.
All right. You ready to vote? Okay, Jackie Brown. Yes. Letitia Yazzie.
Yes.
Alex Davis.
Yes.
Steve Wolf.
Yes.
Allison Baker.
Yes, with comment.
Aaron Citron.
Yes.
Kate Greenberg.
Yes.
Al Whitaker.
Yes.
Nancy Fishering.
Yes, with my added comments that I'm adding by Monday.
Thank you. Lisa Yellow Eagle,
Yes.
Lee Miller,
Yes.
Mike Cameron,
Yes.
Randy Ken,
Yes, with comments.
Orla Bannon,
Yes.
Daryl Copenhaver,
Yes.
Kelly Romero Heaney,
Yes.
and Andy Mueller.
Yes.
All right, we had a total of 17 votes, 17 of those were yes, so that does pass. And we have voted on 4 items, we have 9 remaining, so we are getting better at it, but we're gonna have to be quite efficient as we move forward.
Kelly, are you gonna provide comments, sorry, are you gonna provide comments on that one?
Yeah, I will.
All right, so do you want to read off who is providing comments?
I have Allison Baker, Nancy Fishering, Randy Kim, and Kelly Romero Haney providing comments.
Thank you. All right. The moment we've all been waiting for, the industrial water users.
What happened to water bank?
I
I asked that to be withdrawn as a recommendation, but I assume that we'll probably, a narrative was something that was discussed.
Okay, thank you, sorry. And I guess I should ask if there's anyone who wants to counter Lee's proposal to move that off to the narrative.
I don't want to counter it, but we did talk about it a decent amount, so I hope it's reported that it was discussed. I don't exactly know how we're gonna do that, but it should be mentioned as a substantive conversation topic that maybe merits more discussion, if that's appropriate.
It will be in the section of recommendations considered but not adopted, with the verbiage from your email. I think.
Perfect,
So,
yeah, that was what I was hoping, I mean, I just, I mean, to be clear, I talked to people, what I learned is that 7 years is too long of a gap for people to really track a conversation, and, I thought, this is simple, it's been worked over for years, I thought, wow, this is a no-brainer, this will be easy. And I came, I got 2 reactions from people, I got the reaction of, huh? And then I got the reaction of, the last time we talked about water banking, it turned into a terrible issue. So, thank you for listening to me. I hope it sees light of day someday, but today is not that day.
Task force round 2. All right, recommendation item J, which is drought legislation supporting water use transition, reduce carbon dioxide emissions, and develop clean energy resources by 2050. Do we have a motion to move this forward as an adopted recommendation from the task force?
Can I, sorry, I'm not sure if this is appropriate, but there was a comment from Orla that because it was submitted in time, I can react to, so may I do that now?
Let's go ahead and get the motion on the table and then, if people want to move it forward and then do that.
Okay.
Do you want to make that motion?
Yes, I would love to make that motion.
And do we have a second?
Oh, second.
All right, the second is by Kelly. All right, all those in favor? Oh, sorry.
Tip O'Neill reincarnated.
Done. All right, now react to Orla.
Oh, okay, we're fine with that, except we should be low.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
And Orla's comment you can find on page 18 of the packet.
So for clarification, Jackie's motion, we're to read it to include the suggested amendment. That's what we're saying?
Correct.
Okay. No,
Yes, as long as.
With
it's-
low.
yeah,
Yes.
With the change of one word.
that seems reasonable.
Other discussion on this? Kelly.
I do have, sorry, I'm gonna take advantage of the. What's it, comment on this, I just wanted to note that. Department of Natural Resources, we're supportive of the proposal and concept. But want to be really clear that there are aspects of it that. We feel still need quite a bit of work, and as I noted when we started our meeting today, there is a long process ahead for any of these proposals. I think that we you know, we recognize the importance of really preserving options for, clean energy generation in the future, so we're happy to work with industry on this proposal. It's also very important to us that there be elements of this that help to support environmental needs for the river, and that be tied to the CWC's and stream flow program. I will say that some aspects of the protection for the conditional water rights, we do have some concerns with, so we look forward to working with the proponents with Tri-State and Excel on the details of that. But recognizing that this is just a concept that we're putting forth for the General Assembly to consider the details, a lot of the details will be worked out. It plans to be a yes vote with conditions today. Kelly.
Just want the record to be correct.
We'll just combine them as yelling.
I think that the River District is supportive of this, understanding the circumstances that are being faced by the electric utilities. We have a few comments that I'll make in the comments because it's not quite what our district would like to see. I do want to thank the utilities for making it clear that the water is to be used not just for in-stream flow, but also to meet the needs of existing agricultural users. It's been a real issue up on the Gampa, and I appreciate that effort by the utilities to include that in there. And I think Rick has put some comments in, additional comments that are along those lines, but things, if you want me to list them all, I can do that, but I
No, I just add them. Yes, thanks. So Steve and then Lee and then Allison.
Okay, so we have lots of concerns with this proposal. Conditional water rights impacts other water users, creating sort of a super water right. But my main concerns with this is I don't think it meets the criteria outlined in the legislation. And that's because the legislation says it must meet the criteria in the demand managed storage agreement. Well, one of those criteria is the water would have been physically available and would have been consumptively used as decreed in that year, except for participation in this program. And this water, I think San Miguel is an example. They have water rights for a coal-fired electric plant that no longer exists. They cannot use that water on the San Miguel for the purpose it was decreed for in any given year. So that's sort of a short example. So I don't think this meets the criteria outlined in the legislation. So based on that alone, I'll be no vote on this one.
Lee.
Yeah, so, and I think Steve's got a good point there. My point's slightly different. I've met with a lot of water users to discuss some of the proposals. This proposal comes up consistently. I think that the proposal likely has good merit. I think that there are issues that need to be addressed. I'd like to see a broader conversation go on. My fear is that that legislators will take our recommendations, if we approve the recommendation, put them in the legislation. And my experience in this body, in the legislature, has been mixed, but far too often, once a legislator introduces a bill, it becomes a child of theirs. You can't do it. You can't say anything against it. You can't do anything to it. And it will go through without the kind of hearty discussion that a proposal like this deserves. And so I'm going to suggest that I'm going to vote to oppose making it a recommendation at this time, because I think that we need to have a broader discussion within the community that goes beyond this task force.
Right, I have Allison, Alex, Kyle, Aaron, and Orla.
So this is only the entire document as presented is task force recommendation, no intro, no sub task force comment. Is that
there is no introduction, and I don't see a sub task force comment on it, correct?
Clarifying, thank you.
Alex?
Yeah, I think we agree that there are a lot of details to, determine. One of the reasons why, we were supportive is that it's not, in this particular instance, it's not necessarily the choice of the industry to move away from these water rights. It's the right thing to do, given circumstances, but it's not necessarily a choice of the industry to move away from the coal-fired power plants. And so because it's not an individual choice to say we're doing something else and this water right is no longer needed, but it's a sort of societal legislative choice that's being put upon them, we're supportive of this idea of enabling them to have some time to transition and not lose a valuable right, with the caveats that, you know, should the water be loaned to any other use, that loan, the period of loan does not add to the historic consumptive use of the right, and that there's no expansion of the right in that regard. And to some degree, I think there should be an exploration of maybe a change of water right, allowing those other uses could be accomplished relatively straightforwardly and allow the general water right process to play its part to make sure that there's no expansion or injury to anyone else and allow that sort of loaning to other uses. So with the people that I've been talking to, I've been supportive with conditions. Yes.
Thanks. I've got Aaron, Orla, and Kate, and then we will end with
Thanks. I've said this before, and I appreciate that this was brought forward, agree with a lot of what's been said. I'm going to be supportive today and just want to reiterate, I think something that Andy mentioned. I've heard also, the Nature Conservancy owns property in the Yampa Valley. This focused in part 4 on the multi-benefit enhancement program. We've been a member of that community for decades. I've heard from some of our neighbors and members that they want to make sure that if that program moves forward, it benefits the environment, but also benefits potentially water short ag users and the community that will be affected negatively by the transition away from coal. So obviously we want to make sure and see this move forward in a way that benefits flows, but want to reiterate that it really is important. And I think there's an attempt made in here to make sure that water is also made available to address those other uses, but wanted to put that into words, agree that there's a community opportunity here that could be designed to benefit a lot of different users. So again, for today, I'll be a yes and really appreciate and look forward to the continued conversation.
Thank you. Orla.
Thanks. Yeah. First of all, I just want to recognize the tremendous amount of work that Jackie's put into this proposal, including revising it several times, and I appreciate that. So thank you. And thank you for considering my comment. I'm supportive of this moving forward. I do have a comment on the conditional water rights, but I am supportive of moving forward, and want to recognize the creative thinking and the effort that has gone into it. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. I also think I thank Jackie for putting this forward. I think it warrants a lot more discussion. I want to also elevate that Garen, on behalf of the Ag Coalition, also requested more conversation on this front. And I know Farmers Union testified in opposition and with concern around impacts to agriculture. So I want to elevate that, but I will be in support because I want to see where this conversation leads us.
All right. We're ready to vote. Kyle. It's been going up and down.
My time. Conditional yes and a no with a big asterisk.
Do you need help deciding?
Give him a cookie. Did you have a big ask?
I don't want to repeat what's already been said. To Steve's point though, I think this is a great thing to protect these water rights for what's next. The absolute portions, but I don't see how it could be part of the demand management program and therefore provide any drought resiliency. I think the diligence, the conditional portion of the diligence of those rights, that opportunity is already there as it is with any other water right out there to provide diligence and can and will and evidence. I struggle with broadening it to the mines, the coal mines. I don't. Not anything against them, but I think we're, you know, why not the oil shale right? Why not, you know, many other rights that are also out there that have, for whatever reason, are in a transition of some sort. And I just struggle because I want to protect this for the communities, the absolute portion. I want to protect it for the use of the state in the future. But I don't know that these components are the right way to do it. And I couldn't agree more that more conversation is due, but I don't know if this is the right context for those conversations as far as the drought.
I'd just like to respond to this but-for conversation. You know, having made this announcement, at least tri-state many years ago, I think it's almost 6 years ago now. It has been up in the air as to whether we are not eligible for demand management. And I want to be really clear on that. We have not gotten any ruling that this does not pass the but-for test for the reasons that Alex put forward. And so that is, you know, us bringing this to the table in the context of how the pilot would operate, does add water to the Yampa for the alleviation of water short agriculture and the river, which does meet what we're doing through this task force. If our decision points were, does this water meet demand management, then I would argue there's many things on this list that could be looked at in a different light. So while I understand entirely, and I've heard from many stakeholders on the nature of the conditional rights and the coal mine rights, that could be a topic for the legislative process for sure. Or for when we can all talk. I guess I do have a little rub with suddenly couching this as a no strictly because it doesn't fit in here. There's been a couple things that I feel the same way, but we've let them get this far, and I think we recognize that we're trying to put things out for the good of the state in an arid and a process of aridification. So respectfully, I just wanted to put that reaction to you, but completely hear your specifics on the reasons why you may be leaning towards a yes, or you may be falling towards the no. And thank you.
Yeah, I would just say, we looked at this in terms of our analysis. Similar to some of the in-stream flow, the stream flow enhancement that are intrastate. And in fact, one of the comments we'll be making is in the first bullet point about how the in-stream loan program is administered, and that we, with respect to these rights, and that water be utilized within the state of Colorado, something that we will advocate for, and that there isn't an interstate program today. It doesn't meet, whether it does or doesn't meet the actual demand management storage agreement terms and conditions under the Upper Basin DCP. I don't think it's really relevant. I think that it knowing the drought conditions that our farmers and ranchers in the endangered fish and the recreators face up in the Yampa, I think this is a good thing if it's being used within the state. That's kind of how we're looking at it, and that's why we're in support of it. I understand Steve and Kyle's point completely. I just wanted you to understand why we take a different perspective.
All right, I don't see any other cards up, so let's go. Oh, sorry.
All right, maybe beat you with it.
Yeah.
Jackie, I know you worked hard on this. You know, this thing has been all over. It gets really good, and then it kind of goes south, and then it gets good, and then it goes south. I guess my biggest concern on this is Oh, I really like the concept of this, I do. What I'm really concerned about is if we move forward with it today. I'm not sure legislation is ready for it in January. Or in January 2025, for that matter. So I'm not sure what to do with this one yet. This task force should be specifically for what you brought to us. It's to expand our horizon or whatever. And so I'm trying to wrap my brain around expanding that horizon. So, it's too bad that I've got to vote so early, but, yeah.
All right. We ready to vote, and Kelsey has a list up there so far of people who said they're making caveats, but when you vote, if you would note if you want to make comment on the final report, we'll just double check our list. So Randy Kim.
No.
What did you say?
I said no.
No, okay, I'm sorry. Didn't hear you. Lisa Yellow Eagle.
No.
Alex Davis.
Yes, with comments.
Okay, Gerald Copenhaver.
No.
Steve Wolf.
No.
Kyle Whitaker.
No with comment.
Okay. Lee Miller.
No.
Mike Camplin.
No.
Allison Baker.
No.
Aaron Citron.
Yes with comments.
Nancy Fishering.
Present. I'll have to be.
Letitia Yazzie.
No.
Kelly Romero Heaney.
Yes, with conditions.
Andy Mueller.
Yes, with comments?
Kate Greenberg.
Yes, with comments.
Jackie Brown.
Yes.
Orla Bannon.
Yes, with comments.
All right, so we have 16 votes. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yeses. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 no's. So it goes forward as considered but not adopted from the task force.
Would you like to write more details?
I would, yes. So in the document by Monday at 1, there will be a minority report showing that there is support from the task force. And if you have comments, if you want to get in there, please do that as well. All right, next up is temporary loan. This is item number K. Stream and riparian area management temporary loan program. And there's a task force recommendation in the middle of page 19. We have a motion to move this forward to accept the recommendation from the task force and send it to the legislature.
I'll make a motion to move this forward.
Okay, Orla move, and second.
Second.
Okay, second by Aaron. Discussion. Andy.
Yeah, I would just, thank Orla for the work she did on this, and, I want to point out that the actual recommendation is limited to storage water, and, from our district's perspective, we think that that's an appropriate, way to go, and just appreciate all the work.
Any other comments? Lee.
Yeah, I was, so there, having watched the debate over the in-stream flow utilization program over the years, the idea of not having a discrete in-stream flow right to do the loan program troubles me, because I've watched that be a bloody ground to fight on over years. But Andy points out what I think is probably the difference in this proposal, and that is allowing use of discrete storage water right to supplement that. And I've for a long time said gee, if you want water in that stream, why don't you buy it out of a storage vessel and put it in there, and that'd be a good thing. And so I'm gonna support this today. I guess the only caution I have is get ready for all the people with all the old bloody shirts to come out. Because it is hard. I mean, when you have a credence reach, there's an analysis of what's needed and then in fact what's needed. When you talk about, and stretch that doesn't have a decree flow right, it gets problematic. But I think that if you want to buy, if somebody wants to give you water out of the storage, right, put it in the stream, I'm okay with that.
Kate.
I'll probably just be a bit of a broken record in my comments, but just want to recognize again the work of the Ag Coalition and the Ag groups in considering these proposals. I will be in support moving it forward, but with any of these that move forward, we expect Ag will be at the table. Any questions or concerns of injury would very much be present in any of these. So I just want to make sure the Ag Coalition knows that my support of any of these means that we will be engaging them in a real way if anything moves into legislation.
And Kyle.
I believe I know the answer, but if you could, Orla, would you clarify the decreed storage rights? And I know you say it goes through the process, but that process is to allow that storage right, whatever it's decreed for currently, to be used for these purposes.
Correct.
We're not changing any of that.
No, we're not planning to change the storage.
Well,
That, it would be used for it would be used for the in-stream flow purpose, even though there's not an in-stream flow right.
but the process of allowing a storage right that is decreed for another use would still be followed to allow it to be used. Just the only change is just being allowed in a stretch that does not have the in-stream flow right decree.
Kevin's gonna jump in, but that's the purpose of the change.
Well, I think I'm tracking what you're both saying, because Kyle, you raised my alarm in the answer that it needs to go through this 378315. It needs to go through the change process of some historic consumption process to be allowed to be used for that. Like, but otherwise, but you're just saying it doesn't need an in-stream flow of water right to be satisfied.
Correct.
There's some other process that CWCB would go through to identify
Correct.
something scientifically based. Just can't shoot the moon. So does that, am I tracking you both?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the goal would be to follow as closely as possible the existing in-stream flow rules, which are a robust public process that's methodical and science-based, and use that to determine the appropriate amount of water.
And the state engineer will do an administrative approval of that part of the water that you do want to temporarily change and be used.
Okay, so what we are voting on is a recommendation to amend the in-stream flow temporary loan program statute to allow the owner of a decreed storage water right to loan water to CWCB to preserve or improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree on stream reaches where there is no decreed in-stream flow water right. And there's a little more description after that. So, ready to vote?
Oh, sorry,
Yes.
I think it's once in my water bottle.
Yes.
Water bottle. I just wanted maybe just put a little more detail on what you just said. You can't just shoot for the moon, I think is how you put it, which is exactly right, if I'm understanding the proposal correctly. And there is a process, and there's lots of checks in that process. The CWC board is going to be involved, if I understand correctly. Yeah, so yeah. Also CPW will be doing robust analysis, so hopefully that offers a layer of comfort.
Thanks, Kelly. All right, let's vote. Allison Baker, you're up first. Yes. Andy Miller,
Yes.
Letitia Yazzie. Present. Lee Miller,
Yes.
Kelly Romero Heaney,
Yes.
Steve Wolf,
Can I vote present with comments?
yes.
Okay.
Wow. Lisa Yellow Eagle,
Yes.
Darius Jutton, Yes, with comments. Okay, Orla Bannon,
Yes.
Gerald Copenhaver,
Yes.
Randy Pian,
Yes, comments.
okay, Kyle Whitaker,
Yes, with comment.
Mike Camlin,
No.
Alex Davis,
Yes, with comments.
Kate Greenberg,
Yes.
Aaron Citron,
Yes.
Jackie Brown.
Yes.
All right, so we had 15 votes. And I'm going to count the noes. We had 1 no, so we have 14 yes, 1 no. That does move forward.
I have,
And 2 present.
I have, Steve Wolf, who is present with comments, Nancy Fisher with comments, Wendy Kim with comments, Al Whitaker with comments, and Alex Davis.
All right. Guys hanging in there? All right, next, we have augmentation plans, which is
That's narrative.
narrative. Anyone want to make a change there? All right, next is expansion of agricultural water protection rights beyond divisions 1 and 2. That is, set to move forward as recommendation. Do we have a motion to do so?
Make a motion to move that forward. To expand the agricultural water protection water rights beyond divisions 1 and 2 so that they apply statewide.
Okay, motion by Orla, a second. It's on page 21. Second by Lisa Yellow Eagle. Okay, discussion. Andy.
Yeah, I struggle to expand a program ahead. And that's what we've got a lot of things in statute that were a good idea at one point, but never came to fruition. And so I'm not sure, just knowing the resources that go into any bill recommendation from many of the people at this table. The idea that we would spend a lot of time in this next legislative session worrying about how it's going to show up in the legislature. And I'm really concerned about that. And so it just hasn't, if it had been used effectively in 1 and 2 and we understood it, I could see expanding it. This one is hard to do that. I would be convinced otherwise, but I can't quite get it.
Okay, got Orla, Steve, and Kevin.
I was just gonna provide a little bit of context on some follow-up for our discussion back in November, because there were questions as to why it was limited to divisions 1 and 2. And from what I can gather, and to Lee's point earlier, memories are vague in the past, because it was more than 7 years ago. It was, I think, envisioned as a pilot program, and one of the barriers that people run into is that they have to go to water court first, which I think gives other water users a lot of comfort. But it also creates a financial barrier. So I think one of the ideas that might make this get more traction in the future and be the tool that it should be to help water stay in ag and help our agricultural water users use their water more flexibly is to think of ways that we could potentially support agricultural water users ahead of time with that upfront investment. And I know CWCB isn't going to fund people going to water court, but thinking about ways that might make that burden a little less and make that tool more adaptable would be, I think, something to explore in the future as well. So that was just some additional information I got from conversation subsequent to our November. Yeah. So let's see.
Yeah, I'm all in favor of tools that will help people, agriculture tools down the land. As with Andy, I have concerns why this wasn't used. I have concerns that if this is expanded statewide, are there going to be unintended consequences? So I got concerns, but I would vote yes, because I want to see a broader conversation if this doesn't move forward to legislation. So I'm fine with that.
Kevin and then Kate.
And I just want to maybe respond to Andy in a sort of objective or neutral way, just for everyone. Right, so this was passed for reasons 1 and 2, and so I asked myself that question: why has it not been used? Would it have been used if it were statewide at the time? But and there's a lot that comes with new legislation. This required a significant criteria guidelines effort from CWCB and a significant rulemaking effort in the state engineer's office. But that's behind us, so, now I have to check myself. Was there anything about those that were geography or been specific? I don't know, but I think probably not. So there has been a lot of that baseline work invested. And it may be simpler legislation than that, but, and then I'll just also say, as this was going along, I don't think that we at DNR supported it, but we also didn't oppose it. And I was very cooperative with the proponents in developing it, because I just thought it was, as you've heard me say, a clever idea to get past this speculation catch-22 that so often happens when people want to change their water right and make it available for myriad uses. And so that's just a little bit of clarification, I think, on objective points.
I think Stephen and Kevin articulated a lot of my thoughts. I support this one. I think the question of why hasn't it been used is a legitimate question, but we don't know if there's a fault of the legislation as it stands or something we could remedy by expanding statewide. So I'm interested in seeing what we can do.
Yes, Kyle.
I'm not for or against this, but one concern I think the ag community has is, especially in bigger ditch systems, there are implications to every share under a ditch if one person tries to go through this. And it can hurt at times, and I think we should all be cognizant of that.
Okay, ready for a vote? Okay, first up, Steve Wolf.
Yes.
Okay, Andy Mueller.
Yes, with comments.
Randy Kim. Present. Kelly Romero Heaney.
Yes.
Alex Davis.
Yes.
Present.
So which one is it?
Yes.
Yes. Allison Baker. Present. Nancy Fishering.
No.
Lisa Yellow Eagle.
Yes.
Kyle Whitaker.
Present.
Mike Chandler.
No.
Aaron Citron.
Yeah.
Letitia Yazdi.
Yes.
Daryl Copenhaver.
No.
Okay, Katie Greenberg.
Yes.
Orla Bannon.
Yes.
Lee Miller.
Present.
And Jackie Brown.
Yes.
Okay, so we have 13 votes. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 yeses. And then this, 1, 2, 3 no's. Okay, so this does move forward as a recommendation from the task force, which puts us, our tally today so far is 5 recommendations moving forward, 3 recommendations considered but not adopted, and 5 narrative items moving forward.
And to clarify, I have Andy down for comments on that one. Does anyone care to contribute minority opinion or?
All right, we have approximately 1 hour left to get through the rest of these. I'm gonna keep our nose to the grindstone here for a couple more, and then we'll take another short break. Our next item is item N, which is proposed as narrative, expanding the use of conservation easements. Anyone moving that forward?
I was under the impression that this was, not moving forward.
Yeah. But it was pulled?
That it was pulled. Alex was the original proponent of it. And I
No,
thought,
that was a narrative, that was pulled, right?
I thought it was.
Pulled off of the
Off
list
the list
altogether,
completely.
or just moved to narrative?
It's listed.
Narrative.
You're just thinking of John.
I thought it was pulled completely, but I may have misunderstood what Alex did at that meeting, so I.
It is noted as moved to narrative question mark.
We didn't have it as deleted in our list, that's a motion someone could make if they wanted to. You know,
As the initial proponent, I would be fine with it being pulled completely. It's sort of evolved in the conversation, and And I think there was an idea that Aaron and Jordan and I might keep talking about the idea and, you know, put it out there somewhere in some other form or fashion, but I think that for purposes of this group, it didn't evolve in a way that makes sense to me, so I would be happy to pull it entirely.
So we'll take that as a motion to pull this completely from our list for the second. All those in favor?
You think so?
Any opposed? Oh, wait,
I just have a question about. Does pulling it have a negative connotation that we're all saying this is a bad idea, or is that of scope? Because I don't think we decided this is awful, we all hate it.
Right.
Maybe I misunderstand. I
It
don't
just
want there
won't
to be.
show up at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Not ready for prime
I'm
time.
not opposed to it. I just, see if it's a water, like, it's just.
That's fair. It's tangential. I just didn't want there to be a big black mark on the concept as if we all said,
No, that's.
yeah.
Oh,
Thank you.
yes, no, it just disappears like the other couple have, so, and thank you for that. All right, next up is shepherding with environmental benefits. And there are 3 recommendations that are listed on page 23. So we have a motion to move this full recommendation forward from the task force to the legislature.
I'm gonna take a page out of Lee Miller's book after hearing lots of concern, despite my effort to generalize this and get people to say, hey, we think that if all things are equal, we can and should try to benefit the natural environment. I spent enough time working on legislation that I'd like to continue that conversation. So I don't think it's maybe ready for legislative prime time today, but I'd love to continue this conversation and maybe bring in some other stakeholders who can improve my drafting and thinking about the concept. So if there's a way to, I don't know what my motion would be.
Recommendation, or excuse me.
Move it to the narrative.
Yeah, where's the?
If that's an appropriate.
We have the category that Kelsey mentioned earlier, which is recommendations considered but not adopted. So I think in my mind, that's sort of a step up from narrative. It's.
Call it that.
I think that's a negative.
Offer the option if somebody wants to move it to narrative, that's something we could vote to do.
Yeah, because we're letting people move narrative to recommendation.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have people go the other way.
Okay.
So I would of course be happy to work on this, and make it just a general statement, but I guess I would move that we move this from a recommendation to the narrative and allow for some further discussion to refine it.
I would say that.
Okay. So, moved by Aaron, second by Steve Wolf to move this to narrative. We will go ahead and do a roll call vote on this, and you'll have the option to vote. Yes means you want to move it to narrative. No means you don't, which then will probably lead to another vote with what you want to do with that. And you have the option also to make, to add comments with that.
So 2 votes on this one, is that correct?
If the first one
narrative
fails.
wins, then we're done. If narrative fails, then we will have a discussion of what to do.
So we're making it easy for you to understand what your vote should be is.
Complicated.
If we don't say yes, then it means we have to figure out what that means then.
Yes.
Sorry, can I just suggest we make a voice vote on this one? This is a narrative concept. I don't think we can spend the time.
All right.
Kevin,
All those
your
in favor
comment,
of- Kevin.
I just have one thought. As a narrative, since we're going the opposite way this time, as a narrative, how much does this entire, including some of these recommendation items, make it into the narrative?
I think Aaron will have until 1 o'clock. And if you,
I'm open to input. I don't want to spend all of our time on it. I will, my intention, if you can trust me, would be to make a general statement. We discussed that in shepherding in certain situations, and I'll use the language, without compromising the primary purpose for which the water is otherwise being administered, consider ways that the state engineer can also benefit stream flows and recreational needs. It's a topic we discussed, but obviously requires more refinement to figure out how or if it should be implemented.
Okay, and if I could, just real quick, and Aaron, I wish you would have told me this before, because I wouldn't have spent the last 24 hours agonizing over how.
Oh, no.
And the reason I say that.
Well, I didn't decide to do this until about 30 seconds ago. I would have told you.
Well, I like that 30 seconds, but the reason I say that is that I think you've heard me, that I think this is such a great concept. I think you said, more bang for the buck last meeting, and I said something for nothing, because it is. It's very important, and we want to have the flexibility in our administration, and I think we have that flexibility. And so the reason I said agonize, I saw things that brought me a lot of concern in the new recommendations that I agonized over. I'm glad I don't have to respond to today. But I guess my point was, to whatever extent I can say now to help you that, I think it is a great concept, and for good reason, de-emphasize the state engineer in your narrative, because I think a lot of that flexibility and authority and latitude is already there. And maybe focus on whatever the mechanism is that's causing the release or the shepherding of water, and ensure that whatever that is provides the flexibility, allows the flexibility to meet these environmental full benefits, because that's why I think it can really be accomplished. That's
I appreciate that and look forward to working with you after your retirement.
Leave my personal information, so please call.
Thank you.
Something's got to flow.
May not get a return call.
That's the right answer.
All right, so we have a motion to move item P on shepherding with environmental benefits to the narrative, and we have a second from Steve. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so that now is added to our narrative. Let's go ahead and do a couple more, and then we'll check in on break. The next item is the ferry, which is on the list as narrative, and one want to make a change to that. Right?
We're talking about, sorry, can I make a comment? And again, I know, like, are we anticipating the narrative will remain the same as drafted in the report?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, how it's drafted, because right now we're just saying this is the shepherding, or sorry, not shepherding, the 10-year outlook. I mean, there's some language in there. It could be a little bit challenging. And I don't know if there would be some opportunity for us to provide some comments to the narrative on that one.
Yes, yeah. Monday. Yeah, I think everything's gonna be out there on the Google Doc.
Okay.
We'll probably move into the appropriate sections, but
There's going to be, as just want to restate, there's going to be a new Google Doc that will be up tomorrow. That is the final report Google Doc. You must move your stuff into the appropriate spot on there.
Gotcha. Okay.
Sorry, just to clarify that, there is a new Google Doc that will be up tomorrow, the final report Google Doc. It will be at the top of the Google Docs. You must put your wording in there in its appropriate category.
But will you move this as the first cut into that doc?
I will not.
So we'll have to wait till they move it.
If you would like me to, I can.
It might
You want
be
me to cut
helpful
and
just
paste
to,
all of it,
you know,
but
structure the ones that
I will
are
move everything,
narrative
I'm not gonna
versus.
decide.
Might be helpful, rather than everybody try to like fit them where they're supposed to go.
I can do that. But I just to be clear, there have been a few times where you've said, well, maybe you can cut this. I will not cut anything. I will copy that whole section and I will put it in the report. So then it's your responsibility to, if you wanted something for this conversation. But I'll do that. Okay.
that way you can start making your comments.
Yeah.
All right, so, look for comments on Lee Ferry, the 10-year outlook. Next is item S, measurement tools, and there's a recommendation here. The legislature should continue funding statewide efforts to improve measurement streams and expand snowpack measurements using LiDAR for larger scale basin-wide projects. For smaller localized projects, state funding mechanisms for these projects should include a requirement for measurement devices to demonstrate water efficiency. Do we have a motion to move that recommendation forward to the legislature?
Yeah,
I don't know who put it forward.
I put it forward and so I'll move to put it forward for recommendation.
Okay. So let's move by Randy. Do we have a second? Second by Nancy. All right, Steve.
I just have a question for whoever wrote the task force recommendation. Sort of the last part of the second sentence that says, should include a requirement for measurement devices to demonstrate water efficiencies. Can you tell me what that means?
Yeah, I think, in general, I think there's, support for incorporating measurement in any kind of state-funded project that is supposed to demonstrate water efficiency. So, that was the concept, is to incorporate measurement as part of that state-funded project.
Measurement devices. To me, it's, in my mind, it's a little vague, and maybe I'm just being. Yeah, exactly.
Other comments? Kevin and then Andy?
Yeah, and maybe I said this before, Randy, or maybe I thought it, and you should have said it, but. You know, I draw a distinction when we talk about measurement. This is heavily focused on stream data, stream flow. And as Jackie knows and Steve knows, we're just in the middle of two big rulemakings on measuring devices. And that is in the context of water diverted into a ditch or from a well, or whatever, diverted out of the system. And so the same phrase that Steve just referenced, measurement devices, water efficiencies, that to me tends more toward diversions of water. And there's a whole lot more benefit from getting that data too. So I wonder whether you want to try to include not just stream gauges, but these measurement devices when you have that.
Yeah, that's the intent. Yeah, I don't think it was probably verbalized very clearly, but that was the intent, is that if we're going to fund at the state level water efficiency projects, that it should incorporate measuring devices, if you will, for those projects.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
That good answer. Steve, I think then with measuring devices, out of that diversion data comes efficiency, you know, better understanding of efficiencies too. So I don't know how far that goes.
I understand that, but I guess part of this is like with this airborne snow observatory. That's important information. How does that relate to a measurement device and efficiency? We're trying to get better handle on snowpack. So I agree with this recommendation very much. I just want to make sure the language is okay.
Yeah, and I think we were cobbling together 2 or 3 different measurement proposals into one item, and so they seem kind of disjointed. That's probably why.
Okay, Andy, Kyle, and then Nancy.
I would say I'm very supportive of the additional stream flow with measurement devices, additional precision and accuracy in those devices. New techniques, same thing with the LiDAR and other technologies that may evolve. I think funding those is really critical to our water resiliency in the state. The efficiency language at the end there, and that sentence gives me concern, given some of the discussion we've had, particularly in Division 6, about ag efficiencies and return flows. And our district, for instance, won't fund sprinklers in high country area where the return flow from the flood irrigation is essential for the timing of the stream for river health and for downstream ag. And so we do fund those in certain areas where there are environmental benefits and for instance, in high selenium loading soils where there's mangus and those kind of things. So by requiring efficiency rather than conservation, I think we're running into a problem that is going to have unintended consequences potentially. And if that's what this requires, and if our legislature will never get the difference between conservation and efficiency, because I know people have tried to explain it to them multiple times. I'm really concerned about this. That's
Jim Young can't do it. No.
So I guess I'm concerned about the unintended consequence. I don't think Randy meant that, but that's the language in the end, so.
Kyle, Nancy?
I'm also concerned for all the same reasons Andy said, of the unintended consequences. In particular, that last sentence that's been talked about, or last phrase, and also the last sentence of the introduction. Can you help us understand what that means in this context? In the sense that making sure regulating entities do not over allocate releases that means clarity.
Yeah, I was not the author of that particular sentence, but I collaborated with, I think, people on this one. So I couldn't clarify that, I'm sorry.
I just mentioned it because those two combined are gonna push me to no, not because I'm not supportive of the ASO and why I have various other things. I'm not sure what that means. And what somebody might think it should be in the legislation.
Nancy, oh. Thank goodness, yeah, okay. Allison and then Aaron.
Just a quick check-in, you're saying water efficiencies, are you referring to just basically value that can be quantified?
Right, yeah, I mean, yeah, so, yeah, I think it quantifying how much water is being saved and conserved.
Aaron.
I just have a general comment. I agree that this, like many of them, probably could use some wordsmithing, but hope that. I just think this task force recommending the importance of measurement is critical. So I'm certainly a yes. And I hope that those of you that are making the comments can get that in before Kelsey's deadline. Because I just would hate for us to kind of not suggesting these aren't very valid considerations, but I hope we can address that, but be really, really straightforward in our support for the need for more measurement, infrastructure, data, all of that, which I think we all agree with.
Okay, Alex, and then we'll go.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to agree because we also highlighted those sentences that have already been pulled out, and I think they're just sentences from thinking and writing, but then not going back and analyzing what you said, and we all saw it slightly differently and more problematically. So I'm hopeful that we can support the idea of measurement with clear comments that these sentences should not be moved forward. Measurement support. We can make comments to clarify, because I think the proponent of the idea is clarify the intent, right? And so I think measurement is super important.
All right, let's vote.
Sorry.
Alex.
Just a quick, again, very supportive measurement. I think this also really helps to provide some support for what will be proposed in the CWC projects bill, unprecedented $2 million for ASO, et cetera. And I would hate for that one sentence to take it. I just remind me again, though, like, so for introduction language, we are still preserving that in the report.
We have talked about presenting the recommendation and then a section called background underneath that recommendation.
With the caveat that it is not.
With the caveat list, yeah.
But the introduction language that
It will be called background, so
Okay, got it.
the recommendation takes priority. Then there's background because there will be lots of statements that, make sure you consider this or whatever concerns people have.
And so I can picture it, so it'll be exactly as it is here, the language will, but then we'll all have comments. So even if Randy, who put this forward, wants to cut that, we wouldn't give her the opportunity to change it. I just want to make sure I'm clear. Okay, that's correct. You all understood it. Sorry, I'm slow. But make sure I got it. Okay, thank you.
All right, you ready to vote on this one?
Sorry.
This is item number S, measurement tools. Kelly Romero Heaney.
I am yes, but with a comment on that sentence that was concerning folks.
Steve Wolf,
Yes, with comment.
Mike Camlin,
Yes, with comment.
Aaron Citron,
Yes, I'll let others cover the comment.
Lisa Yellow Eagle,
Yes.
Letitia Yazzie. Yes. Allison Baker,
Yes, comment.
Andy Mueller,
Yes, with comment.
Alex Davis.
Yes, I'm gonna review other people's comments and see if I agree.
Yes, with review, I don't think that's an option.
This is getting complicated. Jackie Brown,
Yes.
Kate Greenberg,
Yes.
Nancy Fisher,
Yes, with comment.
Randy Kim.
Wonderful, and Aaron, yes, let other people comment.
Kyle Whitaker,
Yes, with comment.
Lee Miller.
Yes, I'll be nervous with my coach.
Orla Bannon
Yes.
and Gerald Copenhaver.
Yes, there's not any room left to comment.
So I'll just email all of you.
So we have 17 votes, we have 17 yeses, that one does move forward. And we have a long list of people making comments, including Kelly, Steve, Mike, Allison, Andy, Nancy, and Kyle. All right, how are you doing? Do you need a 5-minute stand-up break? Yes, okay. We have 40 minutes left, and we have 4 items, plus the next step. We can do it.
I don't think we all process it ourselves. But yeah.
I know, yeah.
Sorry. Everybody professional.
Other comments on it?
Oh, yeah. Wait,
No, no.
It's great. No, I just.
Wait, no, no.
So, that's my plan, but then we got a whole other thing to worry about.
Well, so I was there. Yes.
Last night.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't know. So, thank you, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, are we muted still?
No.
No, okay. All right. We are on item T, which is invasive bryophyte and species removal. Randy had brought that one forward. Would you like to move to adopt that recommendation from the task force? Item P, which is on page 28.
I move to move that forward as recommendations.
We have a second? Would that be? Okay. All right. Discussion on this one. The recommendation itself, there are three pieces to it. It goes from page 29 to page 30.
Just for background, I got a lot of input from River Edge West, formerly known as the Tamara's Coalition, so. Pretending to be a create, I can't even say the word.
That one.
Then you can try use directory.
All right. Kate and then Alex and then Kelly.
I know we've discussed this in past meetings, but just calling out that Colorado Department of Ag does have our noxious weed program. Which there's definitely gaps in what we can provide for locals, so we recognize that, so I appreciate this being part of the discussion. And our insectary in Palisade, which does riparian restoration with entities like the Park Service in Dinosaur, for example, and we also rear beneficial insects for any landowner of any scale across the state to help do mitigation on their own property. So just calling out those resources that exist and glad that you step on the table.
Thank you. Alex.
Yeah, I just wanted to support this recommendation. I think there are a lot of great programs that exist already and that they're recognized, and not just non-natives are a huge burden on numerous agricultural organizations. You know, we have farming operations in the Rocky Ford area, and we are constantly battling these species. They do decrease biodiversity, they create more fragile environments that are subject to catastrophic wildfires and create less resiliency in times of drought, and will hasten things like air humidification, as all of these things are described here. And they're enormously expensive. It's really difficult. And I think both municipalities and agricultural communities are constantly battling, not just on natives. So any way that we can increase the programs that we have, increase the support from those programs, apply more coordination for those programs to help entities who are battling these species is super.
Okay. Ready to vote?
Real quick addition, I did forget to mention that legislature did support our insectary last year as well, so they are aware of the resources we have. I just want that to be on the table. Thank you.
Nancy, it was just very apparent to me that you didn't write it. Thank you. Went into full-fledged lobby. So I didn't like that presentation of it, because it came from somebody else. We ran the weed district in our county, so I believe in it now. I mean, yes, it's about lobbying.
Thanks. All right, Allison Baker. Present. Jackie Brown.
Yes.
Nancy Fisher. Yes. Mike Camblin.
Yes.
Kelly Romero Heaney.
Yes.
Lisa Yellow Eagle.
Yes.
Randy Kim.
Yes.
Lee Miller.
Yes.
Andy Mueller.
Yes.
Orla Bannon.
Yes.
Kyle Whitaker.
Yes.
Alex Davis.
Yes.
Aaron Citron.
Yes.
Kate Greenberg.
Yes.
Gerald Copenhaver.
Yes.
Steve Wolf.
Yes.
And Letitia Yazzie.
Yes.
All right, we had 16 votes. We had 16 of those were yes. One present, so that does move forward. We have no comments added to that. All right, we are on to item U, which starts on page 31. And it is a recommendation for, resolution of the General Assembly related to implementation of interstate conserved consumptive use programs within the state of Colorado. Do we have a motion to move this forward? That's a recommendation from the task force.
I move it forward.
Moved by Andy. Do I have a second? Second by Nancy. All right, discussion.
Can I lead off, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
I just want to say, listen very closely to the comments made by this task force and others about this proposal. And really tried to modify the proposal to make it such that it was clearly not restrictive on our negotiating, states negotiating in the Colorado River. It's a non-binding recommendation for a non-binding resolution by the General Assembly. It is one that deals solely with the intrastate implications of the conserved consumptive use program. And it doesn't recommend that such a program ever be enacted. And it doesn't say that we should enact. It says, and in fact, it leaves it to our interstate officials to determine whether for an interstate purpose they ever do back such a program through the UCRC or as the state itself. It leaves that to the commissioner and governor's office. To the extent the legislature ever wants to weigh in on that, they can take that up with those folks. But it is, I think, a very valid concern. When you look at what the legislature asked us to do, they said, look at programs for conserved consumptive use, or, I think our legislators who have shown up to talk to us keep calling it demand management. I just want to say that there's a whole potential suite of conserved consumptive use programs out there. And so, the key being that when we enact, if we ever enact one of those programs, we need to be really careful about how it's done so that it doesn't cause the potential harm that's been identified by our own CWCB and their 2018 demand management policy. And I think the legislature really laid out some criteria as well in this that they were concerned about. The reinforcement that a program like this should be voluntary, temporary, and compensated, right, is really critical in it, and that shows up only at the CWCB level in a policy statement. It doesn't show up anywhere from the legislature or otherwise. And it's an important concept that I think our folks throughout our district and I think throughout the state have agreed with. With all due respect to some of the comments that were made by the public about this recommendation, it again does not recommend that we move forward with a conserved consumptive use program. It is not pushing that up. It is merely saying if at some time our state government wants to do that, the legislature, should they take up this resolution, are setting some expectations for our state to follow. And those expectations are expectations that they're establishing today that may be modified over time. But it's a way in which a lot of discussion and conflict has arisen over some of these points. And this is a way to say, hey, let's make sure we can do this as a state in a way that doesn't leave any area of the state behind. It doesn't only take water out of one sector. That doesn't, again, tie the hands of our negotiators. There is some criteria, I think, that we've gotten a lot of comment on here. That, hey, if the program's operated for TMDs, for instance, that the Colorado Conservation Board and the applicable Trans Mountain Diversion operators shall design and implement that collaboratively, because I think that's the way it should be. Those are the owners of those water rights. Same thing with our district and Southwestern, is that, hey, if these programs are going to exist, let's do that collaboratively. It's not saying that one is trumping the other or one is somehow interfering with the other. It's how do we do this together in a way that brings our state forward. it has a, you know, a provision in here that it needs to be really transparent in public. There were comments on discussions previously about that not being the case in some of the discussions. I think it needs to be, and that's why we put that in there. So our intention here is a statement that would bring our state together in a way that we can then hopefully move on. If our negotiating team ever desires.
That kickoff, Kyle.
Clarification, Andy, in that paragraph F, you just mentioned, it says the Colorado River Water Conservation Board.
Oh, yeah, that needs to be the CWC. Sorry, that was a typo. Absolutely. And I think that we can amend the typos.
Yes.
Yes.
Steve and then Lee.
So there's a lot of things in here I like. There's a few things that give me big pause. I think my biggest concern is that, you know, this is probably one of the foremost proposals moving forward or being proposed by this group. And we barely talked about it. As a group, we spent a few minutes. I fully expected we'd come back to it the following meeting and we never did. I think it's unfortunate you and I couldn't chat about it because I think there's a lot of things we could have worked out or our staff could have worked out to make this acceptable. But there's things in here that just give me enough of a pause that I can't support it as is. Certainly the concepts are good and I think we should have a further discussion about what this means. But as is, I can't support it.
Having heard Steve's comments, I'm gonna just sit back.
Other comments? Steph?
We're supportive, but we have some substantial comments that we will put in the narrative.
Thank you. Orla and then.
No, that's, I mean, I'm curious what some of them would be, if you don't mind sharing, but I know we're in a hurry. It's okay, you don't have to.
I mean, I just feel like we're kind of down to the wire, so I'm happy to list them off. I also have curiosities about other people's comments on things, so if we're gonna go down that path.
Yeah, I think saying support with comments and adding the comments is probably where we are. Orla and then Aaron.
Okay, well, I'll be quick. I really struggle with this one, and I do recognize that a lot of work was done to revise on it and build on all the work that's been done in Colorado by so many people since 2018. I obviously like the language around the consideration of environmental and recreational needs, but I've been struggling with having these sideboards without any type of program, and how do we figure that all out, and how does it work if it's in a resolution, which is better than legislation. So, you know, I acknowledge that. So I've gone back and forth a lot on this. In the end, I am supportive with comment, and I think this could really benefit from being, if we took these sideboards and applied them to some sort of pilot program to see how they might actually work, which was an idea that was outlined in a letter we got from Drought Unlimited back in November. So I just think that that is something to consider. So I will put that in my comments.
I've got Aaron, Kyle, Alex, Kevin, and Nancy.
Orla said a lot of what I was going to say really well. I appreciate the effort that's gone into this. I continue to have some concerns that you build in restrictions to a program that doesn't exist. Does that make it impossible to create a program? But at the same time, I respect the need for incremental progress and know this is a conversation that needs to keep happening. I, like Steve, had hoped that we would have spent more time on it in the process. But you know, there's a lot in here that I like, and I, like Kevin, spent a lot of time over the last 24 hours thinking about this. So I think I'll be a yes with comments today.
Kyle.
I also agree with most of what's in here. There's some things that concern me. I wish we would have spent more time to really talk through these, but in the end, I think it's premature. I think it's not needed right now. The process, we've all been involved in this discussion for a number of years now. We have come up, I think, and we're all in agreement on certain things that are in here. I just don't know that handing this to a bunch of legislators and telling them to do this is helpful in any way right now.
Alex.
I just thought it was fair to say why we would be voting no. Because I really do appreciate that this is important to the river district, and a lot of the pieces in here, as people have said, are positive and good. And there are still so many concerns that my group would have with this. Bottom line is we think it's premature, and as Orla and Aaron said, to put restrictions on a program that doesn't exist makes it more difficult to actually like develop a program. So I do want to say that you have put a lot of work into this, and the river district has demonstrated its concern around these issues, and I think everyone will continue to be engaged in this issue. And just wanted to let you know why we would be a no vote.
Thanks, Alex. I've got Kevin, Nancy, Kate, and Lisa.
Yeah, and in my non-voting role, I'm not gonna opine really too much, but I do want to just go back. We touched on this last meeting, and I just want to say in letter H, any program shall provide the state engineer with appropriate legal authority. I just want to make a point, a technical point, that I don't think a program can give the state engineer legal authority. And I know it's kind of paraphrasing the statute. It's paraphrasing Senate Bill 295, so we can't act contrary, but maybe you can omit something, and you do what you want with it, but I just wanted to make the point by saying strike state engineer with the appropriate legal authority, and just say shall provide the direction necessary to fulfill. And this overlaps with shepherding with co-benefits, kind of takes the state engineer out of the hub of that. We can react to whatever the program or the mechanism is with our existing legal authority if it gives us the direction. So that's just my thought.
Nancy?
We're gonna support it, yes, with comments, but part of the thing, I think it helps us, it takes some fears away to see some of the language put somewhere, not just we keep hearing it, but it's never been repeated by this group, which is what I like to find in and very, that language in here, and the do no harm, put Colorado first. Because my group gets very worried that something's going to happen to us versus being a participant. In the event there's a curtailment someday, we think both ways all the time. And one of the things, because I don't think there's been any place to put this all day long, people keep going, you need to do something now. And I would argue, at least from my ag producer, we're doing stuff now. We're looking at all sorts of alternatives, different crops, different investments. How would we make decisions? And it doesn't come across when you do all the stuff you've done so far. And this one kind of helps us get there. We're thinking ahead, and that's what I like about it. It is a thinking ahead. And so I don't consider it premature so much as down the road. That's how I'm looking at it. I'm not saying we ever want that water to go downstream. We're first and foremost against that until legally there's a curtailment. We're being smart with our water and figuring out smarter ways on. So end of speech.
All right, we've got Kate, Lisa, and then Kelly.
I appreciate that, Nancy, and I think those are good points, and thank you, Andy, for being responsive and shaping this. I'm also going to be a no vote, and I think it's for two reasons. One, the premature nature. I don't think it serves us as a state to have our legislature bind future legislation on terms that we've agreed upon now without knowing what future legislation might look like. And I don't think a resolution is necessarily the proper mechanism for imparting that upon future actions as well. So that's my position, but I appreciate some of the items that have put on the table about how to think about things that haven't happened yet and how we make decisions now and be proactive without timers.
Lisa.
Thank you. There are some comments that everyone else have made that I agree with, but I don't want to touch upon those again. Specifically for Southern U as a tribe, we're not mentioned in here. It's tribes are sovereign nations, so specifically when I read E, if a program is operated within the jurisdictional boundaries of the Colorado River Water Conservation District or the Southwestern Water Conservation District, it shall be designed and implemented collaboratively between CWCD and the applicable water conservation district. So as a sovereign nation, it gives me heartburn as the attorney for a sovereign nation to consider that. One, we wouldn't be part of that organization, even if it's a program that we were helping to develop or that we wanted to take part in. And whether that was the intent or not, wording is not there. So we would not be supporting it based on what is here now. And, you know, there are several proposals that did not include tribes but this one specifically gave me heartburn. And so I think that's really what it boils down to, is as a sovereign nation, having others have jurisdiction over us doesn't sit well. So that would be our reason one of the reasons, the largest reason for voting no.
Kelly, Allison, and then Andy.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I just want to give everybody a heads up. I will be a no vote on this today, but I don't want that to I don't want that to take away from how much we appreciate the River District kind of taking more of this resolution path instead of the legislation path. So we do really appreciate that. And as a lot of you have said, there are elements in here that really reflect what the state's position has been all along, you know, specifically, you know, speaking to the temporary, voluntary, compensated nature of a proactive conserved protective use program. So there's a host of stuff in here that's, you know, aligns with the state's position. I do have concerns about it being premature, pre-decisional. I also have concerns about with the kind of the opening line that does not specify that it's just the Colorado River that this resolution is referring to. It says all programs in the state of Colorado, and if somebody has to work throughout the state of Colorado and multiple interstate compacts and agreements, I wouldn't want something like this to send an unfortunate signal to the Republican River Basin or the Rio Grande or the Arc. I mean, there are different circumstances in each basin, and so I do have concerns about that language being in here. And again, even though resolutions are not binding, the language in them will persist. And sometimes, you know, there are things that like past General Assemblies have said, or legislators have said years ago, that come back to haunt us, right? Particularly with interstate negotiations. And we just want to be very cautious that we are not asking the General Assembly to declare something that is going to come back and haunt us in the state of Colorado when we are at the negotiating table or the Supreme Court or in the court of public opinion. And so I really agree with Steve's comments, like this is something that we really needs a lot more discussion. So, but again, I appreciate the River District kind of taking it a step back and proposing a resolution instead of legislation.
Allison?
My personal opinion, pretty personal, is that this is what the governor's task force was intended to talk about. There are a lot of other good little items. A lot of them are big and substantial and really mean something over time. But I feel like this is what everybody shied away from. Is it perfect? No. You know, there's no perfect wording. I feel like I'm supportive of the concept of this. Will I make some comments? Probably, yes. But I think that we risk the report losing a lot of its teeth if we don't say anything about it. Personal opinion.
Can you clarify, this isn't the governor's task force?
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
For the record.
Please. I'm over on this other task force by myself.
Andy and then Randy.
Yeah, I guess maybe a question, a consideration, I mean, should we think about moving this to the narrative if we don't have agreement on the resolution? Moving forward on the resolution.
I think we can explore that. I do want to say, first, Lisa, I apologize significantly to your tribe and the teacher board as well. It certainly was not my intent, and I greatly apologize for wording this. Certainly believe that you have sovereign jurisdiction over what you do with the water. And so I want to make that. So I take your words very seriously and sincerely, and look forward to working with you on much better wording on things like this in the future.
Thank you.
And I want to say I appreciate everybody's comments very much, and I think it's interesting. Allison hit in large part why we put this in here is that that's what the legislature asked us to do, was consider programs that are designed for interstate issues. There's a significant portion of this legislation. I think Steve's referenced it at times in our discussions that isn't touched on by any of the other recommendations here. I certainly understand everybody's concerns. We have great concerns about how a program might roll out in the future. We absolutely will work with the state and everybody else at this table in the future, no matter how it's voted on today, to make a program work. It is hard representing water users from all different sectors in western Colorado in some of the major basins in the state where we have no certainty about what is going to come down the pipe next. And at this point, I don't want to stir up any controversy, but system conservation kind of popped up very quickly into the public eye, and it created a real storm, which we were part of, and I own that part of it. We were part of it, but this is a really important issue for the future of our communities in western Colorado. If there are programs that are designed incorrectly and just unintentionally, you will destroy the future of our communities. Not you but here, but whoever it is who will implement this. And having some guiding principles as something that we as a state can adhere to are really important in this kind of context. And I respect and hear everything that people have said, and I appreciate where you're coming from. I respectfully don't think it's premature. We have seen an interstate water conservation program roll out without any approval by our state legislature or our government. We could see another one come out, although this one currently is temporary. Who knows what comes next? And we don't have anything within our state to address that and proactively deal with that. It causes, as Nancy says, great concern in our agricultural communities throughout the West Slope that we're going to be the target of that produced water. That's and so I understand and actually really appreciate the discussion, but I do want people to hear why we're putting this forward. We don't think any one community anywhere in the state or any one sector should be the entity that or area that produces the water. We don't have any protections like that in our state right now. Not at all. And we don't have any assurance that won't happen. Right. And so it is concerning. And I'm okay. I understand it. Wanted to try to get this out because I felt like that's what we were asked by our legislature. I was directed by our board. I completely respect where you come out. Just wanted to actually say, thank you for the good discussion.
It is 3:55. Let's vote on this.
Sorry, I've been talking a lot. Just one other point I thought I did want to make for this group is that the resolution as drafted has the word shall in it quite a bit, and I need to check those, but my understanding is shall is not something that you can put in a resolution. And so I don't know, yeah, you know, obviously, once it goes to a drafter, that will come up, but I also don't, I want to be very cautious as this group that we're putting forth a recommendation with language that's strong for a resolution.
All right. Ready. We are voting on item U, regarding conservative consumptive use of resolution. Aaron Citron,
Yes, with comments.
Letitia Yazzie,
No.
Lee Miller,
Andy, I want to take a moment, I didn't do this before, but I appreciate you scaling back and being a little more thoughtful. I'd like to be able to say that I'm neutral on this, but after listening to the comments, very happy to vote no.
Randy Kim, present. Kyle Whitaker,
No, with comment.
and Lisa Yellow Eagle,
No.
Ellie Romero Heaney,
No.
Steve Wolf,
No,
Kate Greenberg,
No.
Allison Baker,
Yes, with comments.
Orla Bannon,
Yes, with comments.
Mike Camlin,
Yes, comment.
Jackie Brown,
Yes, with comments.
Alex Davis,
No.
Daryl Copenhaver,
No.
Andy Mueller,
Yes.
Nancy Fisher.
Yes, with comment.
All right, so we have one present, that gives us 16 votes. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yeses. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 noes. That goes forward as a resolution considered but not adopted.
Yeah. Say, Madam Chair, I'll write.
Thank you.
So for comments, I have Andy reading the minority report, and then I have Aaron, do you want to do comments?
I guess.
With comments, do you want to look to Andy's minority report? or do you
Yes.
want to write-
I will potentially, yeah, I'll look to his minority report and see if I want to add comments to that again.
And quick clarification, we could add, if we don't commit today to adding comments, we can still add comments, right? So-
You don't have to bug me. Yeah.
All right, good discussion, and it's certainly true that we can use many more hours to work through that. Good discussion. Item B, recommendation for resolution of the General Assembly regarding systemic water conservation and lower basin overuse. Do we have a recommendation to move this forward from the task force to the legislature?
I would so move.
Okay, moved by Andy, second by Nancy, discussion.
I would say, again, tried to listen to the group on this discussion. I think we did have some robust discussion and difference of opinion on it. From our perspective at the River District, it is trying to provide some support for our commissioner as she faces lots of stress in the negotiations where correctly she's pushing for reductions in lower basin. I will just say, furtherance of this, there's a draft report that just came out from the Bureau of Reclamation where they, for the first time since 2005, have quantified the consumptive use in the lower basin, and they quantify it every single year over 10 million acres. Okay, and it is astounding, and their charts are better than anything my staff has put out or anything the CWCD or the state. It is plain and simple, black and white. Our use is well below our compact allotment, and theirs is well above. There is no question what has caused this crisis on the Colorado River. It is the lower basin's openness, and it is consistent and it is persistent. And I think that, yes, it's always dangerous, and I recognize, Lee is a leading voice of saying, don't let the legislature wade into something that will create harm. I hear you. I think you were correct in saying there shouldn't be a statute on this. I do think a public statement where our state backs the fact that the lower basin is causing this and that they need to reduce their use. Before we engage in activities that will either create economic harm, create winners or losers, cause lots and lots of consternation, as we've already seen in the discussion of these programs, is really important. And it's not to say that we don't do things within our state. Every other one of these proposals that we're talking about is about intrastate resilience and figuring out how we live with drought in our own state for our own benefit, for the benefit of the environment, for the benefit of the people who live here. But we have a problem on the Colorado River, and it's down in the lower basin. And yeah, climate change is driving this too, but our water use adapts to climate change. Everything this task force has approved so far helps us adapt to that. The lower basin isn't doing any of that. The conservation programs that they I mean, if you read the ProPublica article about where the feds are spending this money, it is unbelievable where the temporary nature, the shell game that they continue to play. And it is astounding to me. So providing some backup for Becky when she says they need to reduce their use is where I'm headed. And I recognize that that's a strong statement from our legislature, but sometimes strong statements from legislatures are needed. When Arizona's crazy legislature, I wouldn't even put ours in that category, have made statements, they've actually gotten quite a bit of leverage in their negotiations because of that. And you look at the 07 guidelines, and there was a whole bump to the equalization caused by their legislature's refusal to approve, right? And so how do we give ourselves some strength in these negotiations and make sure our team is being back? That's my thought, but again, up for consideration.
Comments?
Thanks for that background, Andy. And I think, we've obviously had a lot of discussions here about lower basin overuse, and our agreement in that regard seems resounding. I'm going to be a no vote on this. And I think now that we've established the rules that we're not amending, text, the last paragraph around recommending that we not engage in the operation of any further water conservation, while that might be a benefit from the NAG perspective, it may or may not, who knows? I think it does bind us to taking action or not taking action. And I think the purpose of my stance on these resolutions is to not bind us or not put us at risk of being bound to something we can't commit to yet. So I think that last paragraph for me puts me in a no vote category, but I again appreciate continuing the narrative around this.
Comments? Alex.
I just wanted to, and on the second paragraph of the introduction, the lower basin's commitment must be secured before our state or the upper basin implements further systematic water conservation programs. Just two comments about that. One is, I don't think our legislature should call out what the other states should be or shouldn't be doing. Those states may want to act differently and should have the ability to do whatever they want to do. And second, this idea that Colorado, so the way I've heard it from the lower basin is that Colorado needs to have skin in the game. Colorado needs to come up with some sort of reduction as well as the lower basin. And I continue to think of that as a compulsive gambler losing all their money and then turning to their partner who's been very frugal and saying, well, I lost all my money, so you should participate in also giving up money. And the idea that we would, it seems to me that the state should not support the idea that Colorado has to give up anything. As you said, we are within, we work under hydrology. We take hydrologic shortages. We are not using our full commitment. So the idea that the state should at any time step up and say, okay, well, if the lower basin does what they should do and gets into compliance with the compact, now we'll give up something and we'll reduce our water use in some way. That always sort of seems like a path we shouldn't travel. I understand in negotiations, one side may want something, but that seems like a particular position that we should support. That seems to be stated in this idea that they have to do it before we do anything. I think they just have to do it. The lower basin just needs to reduce their use.
Yeah, Aaron.
So I don't support asking the General Assembly to make comments, kind of sending, but I do think that we as the task force should make sure to include in our narrative a comment that we recognize that a lot of our issues are being driven by substantial overuse in the lower basin. I'm not sure what the right response is, but I think if we agree with that, can say that. I'm not supportive of this resolution primarily because of the final paragraph tying the hands of our state. And I know it's still a resolution, it's non-binding. I have questions about some of the numbers as well, but I think that it would make sense for our document as a task force to point the finger to some extent at the drivers, one of those significant drivers being the lower basin, but don't for today support the resolution as written.
And then Kelly and then Jackie.
I think the message is spot on. I don't think it's the right messenger. I think you limit flexibility, you limit our options when you start resolving things, even if they are non-binding.
Yeah, similar, similar concerns. I do want to say I have to be a no vote today. But that's not to say that we can't collaborate on a resolution in the future. And I think we'd be open to that. I do appreciate like that we are calling out lower basin overuse. And as you know, that's been really key to Commissioner Mitchell's guiding principles for our negotiations. Similarly to Commissioner Greenberg, I think that the last paragraph is something that's probably not appropriate for a resolution by the General Assembly at this time.
Yeah, my comments have already been said, so thank you.
I won't take too much time. I do want to echo the comments that others made. And, it's clear, and we have resounding agreement that the lower basin needs to reduce their use, and that doesn't mean we're gonna do nothing in Colorado. And then with that final paragraph in there, I understand it's aimed at supporting Commissioner Mitchell, but that's very specific, way more specific than what she's been saying, and I think, resolutions do have consequences, and so I'm hesitant to put language like that in the resolution.
Yeah, with the concurrence of my second, I would move to withdraw the item and instead move that we include a statement regarding lower basin use in the narrative of this report, meaning the cause or major cause of the crisis on the Colorado River, requiring or requesting that they reduce it.
I agree wholeheartedly. So we have an alternate motion on the table to move this item B to narrative.
The significant changes. We're not moving this resolution language. It's moving it into the narrative, a discussion about the lower basin. And I'd be happy to help draft that and have it by Monday with anybody who's interested. Trying to make it more general and not a resolution.
So the motion on the table, Joe.
I don't think you need to make it more general. I think that's been the problem the whole damn time with our negotiations.
Okay.
So.
So if this will move, the motion on the table is to move this to a narrative comment discussion rather than a resolution. Move forward in the report It will show up by Monday at 1 o'clock. I would say if task force members have a lot of heartburn with that, there will be that opportunity to weigh in, and before it moves forward, because it is sort of a half step here. So are we clear on the vote?
Are we voting on two things?
Just one thing.
To withdraw the motion first?
We can
Or
vote
just-
to withdraw the motion.
Withdrawn already.
Yeah,
You
it's a
didn't have to vote.
substitute motion.
Okay.
Right?
All right, let's just vote on that, so we're clear. So, this is a vote to withdraw the motion to move forward as the recommendation. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, and now we will do a roll call vote on moving it to narrative. All right, Kelly Romero Heaney. Sorry? Yes, okay. Aaron Citron,
Yes.
Mike Kemlin,
Yes.
Letitia Gazi. Yes. Alex Davis.
Yes, and I just want to say thank you to the River District for, continuing to figure out ways to support our commissioner and to message to the lower basin the important needs that we expect from them. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Nancy Fisher. Steve Wolf,
Yes.
Andy Mueller,
Yes.
Lee Miller,
Yes.
Allison Baker.
Yes.
Kate Greenberg,
Yes.
Randy Kim,
Yes.
Kyle Whitaker,
Yes.
Lisa Yellow Eagle,
Yes.
Jackie Brown.
Yes.
Orla Bannon,
Yes.
Gerald Copenhaver.
Yes.
All right, so we had 17 votes, we have 17 yeses, that is a narrative item. All right, it is 4:12. We have one item left on our recommended list plus the next steps. The next one is municipal turf removal program. And the task force recommendation is to consider increased funding levels to 5 million per year and increase the amount one entity can access. Consider tying state funding to different incentives for new non-functional turf and or codes disallowing new non-functional turf. We have a motion to move this recommendation forward to the state legislature.
I would like to make a motion, I don't know if this is allowed, but I would like to move that we move this to the recommendation, but strike in the second sentence.
The challenge that we kind of. I'm sorry, right, I know we haven't allowed that for everything else, as much as I appreciate it. Puts us in a tough spot with everything, all the process we just went through.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, there's things that might have made it.
Right. So. I don't think they want that motion, so do you want to move it as written forward as a recommendation? You could also move to, change it to a narrative. Alex,
I don't have a problem with recommending this, so we're supportive of more funding for turf removals as a recommendation, but if other people are feeling strongly, I need to do it.
is that a motion?
I will move this municipal turf removal program forward for a vote.
I'm seconding.
By Aaron. All right, any discussion? Ready?
Yeah, the reason I'm suggesting that we strike the second sentence, and certainly I can put this in the comments, is that we don't really have any disincentives in any of the other recommendations, so I feel like it's, disproportional impacts to municipalities. And, as we discussed before, it conflicts with local control. And then thirdly, for cities that their utility boundaries are not aligned with their city boundaries, like Grand Junction, we've got two different utility districts besides the city's water utility, so it makes it jurisdictional control very confusing.
Other comments? All right, we will go ahead and vote, and remember you can add comments. Would be that one. All right, Aaron Citron.
I hear that comment. I'll vote yes.
Okay, Nancy Fisher. Yes. Al Whitaker,
Yes.
Steve Wolf,
Yes, hoping that sentence comes out.
Lisa Yellow Eagle,
Yes.
Lee Miller,
Present.
Andy Mueller,
Yes.
Allison Baker. Present. Letitia Yazzie,
Yes.
Randy Ken,
Yes, with comments.
Kelly Romero Heaney,
Yes. With comment.
thank you, Mike Camlin,
Yes.
Jackie Brown,
Yes.
Harold Copenhaver,
Present.
Alex Davis,
Yes, with comments?
Orla Bannon,
Yes.
Kate Greenberg.
Yes.
All right, we have, 3 voted presents, we have 14 votes, and we have 14 yes votes, so that does move forward. Like the recommendation with comments by,
Comments by Randy Kim, Kelly Romero, Haney, and Alex Davis, with a number of yes votes on the comment outlined there.
all right. We have advanced metering infrastructure as a narrative. Anyone want to make a change to that? Okay, and the final one is direct potable reuse, facilitate, fund, and support, which is also a narrative item. All right, and the final one on the list, without a letter, is next step suggestions. They showed up in the short document. You did have some discussion at one of our prior meetings about what do we do with all this discussion, who takes on moving it forward. So the suggestion is to use the IVCC for future research, design, and recommendations, and consider the makeup of the IVCC. Comments, Mike?
Yeah, so, I want to step back, by the way, is to item J, industrial. On that, you know, if there was a narrative, I would have voted differently on that. And several of these issues got changed back to a narrative. Do we look at doing something like that? Because I hate to see the concept die. Do we look to do something there? Or do we move it into the next steps? Jackie, are you willing to move it back into the narrative, or what are your thoughts?
Well, you know, we have spent a ton of time on this topic. And I really appreciate everyone's dialogue. I was a little, actually very surprised because as we know, we haven't been able to communicate. So I've had my team reach out to many of you that had comments throughout this process. And had I been more aware, had we as a industry been more aware that this was slated for death, I think we would have bumped it to a narrative. But having the positive support, and all along we've heard from ag that they liked this, we've had public comment. And you know, we were asked to scale it to a pilot, so I thought I was doing the things that were being asked of me. So if there is an appetite to review this as a narrative, I would certainly appreciate it. But I have heard all of the comments and the comments that were communicated to our team. You know, I wanted to use this group's time in the most respectful way, which is why I had volunteered, you know, not to do any on the fly changes, but I wonder if we would have done that, if there would have been some different movement. But here we are already at 4:30, so I can't second guess what has happened, but if there is an appetite for that, I certainly would appreciate knowing if this group wants this to die, or if it's something that can be carried forward for more conversation.
Maybe just, it might be helpful to go through what we have as considered but not adopted, which is the natural process protection, the water banking, the industrial proposal.
Water banking was removed.
Yeah, that was.
It's all, I mean, that's a different.
Okay. And conserve consumptive use. So that is 3 that are in the considered not adopted. And there's a suggestion to move the industrial users to a narrative. It's the pleasure of the group. It's your report. It's your discussion of the legislature.
If you want a motion to that. I'll make the motion, move it back to a narrative spot.
We have a motion by Mike Camlin to move, and this is item J on the industrial users proposal to a narrative discussion. We have a second?
I would second that.
Second that. Okay. Any further discussion? Kyle? Mike Camlin.
I'm fine with it. My comments were going to be basically a narrative of what was like and what I could not get comfortable with. So whether it's a narrative or what it is, how the vote went, what the comments are, what the, you know, the minority opinion is, to me, probably gets close to the same point, if not further.
I appreciate that, and I guess I would just say, it's a little bit confusing now if people are still going to make comments on the failed proposal. I just, again, wasn't expecting this. I wasn't prepared for what happens if. That's my naivete. Glass half full, lesson learned. So, I guess if this motion were to go forward, the benefit to our group would be hearing that people will still make the comment, and we will understand if we are to try to move something like this forward, what was okay and what wasn't okay, and we can receive that feedback. It kind of shows whoever's listening to this process that it wasn't completely off the table, but yeah, we're still considering it, recognizing that this has a process. And these particular items need to be discussed.
So I think that the look of it, if it's a narrative, it would be, here's a topic that we discussed, here's some things to be considered. If it is a recommendation that was considered not adopted and has a minority report, those are the two options. It could be a minority report, if it's not a narrative. Alex.
I would suggest that with the recommendations considered and not adopted in the minority report, that people can still comment on that, right? People can say, here's why. I think for all of these, that might be helpful. I think there's, the issues raised by the resolution suggestions are issues that are important and are going to continue. And this is, so I would be fine with being able to comment on the recommendations that were rejected. If people want to do that, and maybe not as a requirement, but what I heard you saying was it'd just be the kind of rejected and minority report. But if people want to add, here's why.
Considered not adopted.
Considered
That's
not
much
adopted.
nicer.
Whatever, sorry. Considered not adopted.
So just about, but we do have a motion on the table to move it to narrative. And as author, is that your preference?
It was Mike's.
Oh, yeah, as author of the original recommendations. That's the direction you would.
Sure, I seconded. Yeah, I'm good with that.
All right, so we are voting on moving item J to narrative. You'll still have the opportunity to see that in the final report and hear that live. So we'll go in the same order of voting. Randy Kim.
Yes.
Lisa Yellow Eagle. Yes. Alex Davis.
Yes, with comments.
Okay, Gerald Copenhaver.
Yes.
Steve Wolf.
Yes.
Kyle Whitaker.
Yes.
Lee Miller.
Present.
Mike Camlin.
Yes, with comments.
Allison Baker.
Yes.
Aaron Citron.
Yes.
And Nancy Fisher. Yes. Letitia Yazzie. Present. Kelly Romero Heaney.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Andy Miller.
Yes, with comments.
Kate Greenberg. Yes. Jackie Brown.
Yes.
Orla Bannon.
Yes.
All right, so we had 15 votes, 15 of those were yes. it is moved into the narrative and we have comments from.
Sorry, I'd be in the comments. That was unclear on what we were voting on. Okay, there. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So comments from Alex Davis, Mike Campbell, Aaron Citron, Kelly Romero Haney, Andy Miller. Four left.
Sorry. Thank you very much. All right, I think our final item here has to do with this next steps in the IBCC. Is there anyone who would like to make a recommendation that we request the IBCC to take up further discussion on this?
I'm happy to speak to why I put that, why I recommended that, and that was when we had a meeting when somebody suggested that we extend the drought task force beyond December 15th, because there's so much work to do. And so I just wanted to maybe not do that. Which you all I mean, it's nice to see you all, but it's also hard to talk to you all right now under the confinements of drought task force. But the IBCC already a body that's been created by statute. If there are some of these topics that would be good for them to consider and discuss, it was really just a suggestion, and it doesn't need to be codified in a report. And frankly, if folks feel like the representation on the IBCC is insufficient, it's always good to hear. There's obviously it's tied to Basin Roundtables, which the Basin Roundtables appoint their reps, but we also have governor appointees that are supposed to represent different interests, environmental industries in the statute. The statute does not specify tribes. We could get that changed. I'll say that Ernest House Jr. is currently on the IBCC, but I don't know, but certainly like the governor can he can make this appointment. So anyway, it was a suggestion. I would say that, the IBCC is probably more appropriate to focus on more of the kind of intrastate on the ground drought tools, maybe not necessarily opining on the interstate tools.
Yeah, I would just say, I'm fine. I mean, I don't even know if we need a motion if the IBCC wants to take up any of the topics that were hung out, just as things that could go forward. And it was in their purview. I don't see a reason to stop them from doing that, but I also don't feel like we need to assign that duty to them. And, there are obviously items in here. I actually didn't know industry could be a representative, but we're not currently. So things that they would want to take up versus things that might not be appropriate. So whatever the pleasure of the group is, but
So it could also just be a part of our report that there's more work to be done. And Steve and Nancy and Lee.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, I'm certainly not opposed to this. My concern was, we never talked about it as written in here, so that concerns me why it should be in the report. I think C9 had a really good discussion about sort of reinvigorating IBCC, and I think we had to look to that and maybe not just have it in our drought task report. I think the state's gonna do that anyway, so.
We have the same concern, whether they have the expertise that I found in this group. And the people that I know haven't been talking big issues necessarily. So then you're starting with a group that's from ground zero, but I do know Becky told our last roundtable, she's gonna interview every single one of them. And if they do some rejuvenation of it, make sure that expertise is there, that fear goes away.
Yeah, I think, so first of all, I want to speak in favor of not continuing the draft. You all have been lovely, but this has been a lot of work. Secondly, I think that if the sheriff said it the best, then we need to tell them that there's still work to be done. There are a lot of things to be considered, and that the appropriate authorities should figure out how to do that follow up, but don't tell them what to do.
All right, thank you. We are at the end of the agenda. Don't leave yet because we have a photo opportunity for all of us and a little special presentation. The dates are listed on the paper here. I'm sure you'll be getting reminders by Healthy. Happy hour and a.
Yes.
Happy hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got it.
So, Chelsea has a presentation. On behalf of
All right. Good. What's happening? Can we keep this one?
Yeah.
Did we adjourn the meeting?
I think the meeting is.
You officially adjourned.
All right, meeting.
Yes, yeah.
Sorry, hold on.